Honorable members, shall we pray? Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic, endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and thy good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honourable members, we will skip item 2. We don't have any message from the presidency, and equally, we don't have any formal communication from the speaker. So please, let's turn to item 5. Item 5, which is correction of votes and proceedings, and that of the official report. We will begin with votes and proceedings. We start from page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page number 7. Page 8. Sorry. Yes. Honorable Peter.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, page 7, item 420. I was absent yesterday, but we've duly approved permission. So I want table of you to take note of this. Thank you.
So, supposed to be absent with permission. Well. Yes, leader. But check on the records. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, I came to Parliament before going to attend cabinet yesterday, so I have my name captured as absent. If that could be addressed.
Yes. Thank you. Table, take note of that. So, Honorable, let's turn to page 8. Yes, Honorable Member for Kwadaso.
Honorable Speaker, on page 8, Roman numeral IV, staff and students of Holy Trinity Local School from Kwadaso constituency. This institution is not in the Kwadaso constituency. It is located at Kwadaso Estate. And Kwadaso Estate is within Nsheso. So it should be in Nsheso constituency. Thank you.
Well. So, table, kindly take note of that. Indeed, the school is located within my residence. So it is true that it is in Shieso constituency. We turn to page 9. Page 10. Yes, minority leader, a minority chief whip.
Speaker, page 9, item V. Going into page 10. Speaker, your directives were rightly captured. However, I recall, based on application that was made by myself, you made some variation to the directives. And instead of putting the responsibility on the business committee, you rather said the chief whip of the majority should take it up, and he promised between yesterday and today that he will get back to the House. So I think what has been captured there by table is not entirely correct. And it has to be a responsibility placed on the chief whip of the majority, not the business committee.
Yes. Table, I think you've captured the word, but I mean that bit should be included. So page 10, page number 11. Page 12. Page 13. Yes, Honorable Member for Afajoto.
Speaker, let me thank you for the recognition. Page 13, Roman numeral 11. There is a name which is supposed to be Emanuela, but wrongly spelled. Thank you very much.
That is XI. Is it XI?
The name Emanuela.
Yes.
If you look critically, it's wrongly captured.
What I'm saying is
XI, that
Yes.
is Roman number 11.
yes.
Thank you.
Very well. So table, kindly take note of that. Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of Thursday, 20th April 2025 is hereby adopted as the true records of proceedings. Honorable members, we have 12 February 2025 official report. 12 February 2025 official report. Honorable members, I take it again, 12 February official report. Yes, Honorable Member for Kwadaso.
Honorable Speaker, on column 21, the fifth paragraph under Osahin Afenyo marking, the last word is important, but to read the sentence, it is on a matter of national importance. But because of the confusion about verbatim report, I don't know whether he said national importance or national importance. So I leave that to your discretion and judgment. Thank you.
But Professor, what do you think?
Because if I give my opinion,
It's national importance.
Sorry?
Your opinion?
Yeah, I mean, it's national importance.
Importance.
Yeah. So at times, what is said is wrongly captured genuinely. So we should be given the liberty to offer our perspective on
Very
that.
well.
Thank you.
Very well. Table constructed the way it is not supposed to be. So I will rule that this exercise is actually to correct construction, grammar, everything. So that is the way I see it, and that's my ruling. Yes, Honorable, that is time, eh? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, with reference to what you just ruled, the first Deputy Speaker was in the chair yesterday, and the minority leader made reference to the cover page, the back page of page 2 of the official report, and made the honorable member read that portion. And that the ruling yesterday was that if it is typo error, grammatical error, that can be done outside the floor to the table office. But if it is substantive issue, then it can be done on the floor of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, so I'm surprised my brother even asked you to make a ruling because the first Deputy Speaker actually ruled on that yesterday. Thank you.
Well, but I don't think we are making any different. If it is grammar, spelling, and somebody raise it on the floor, I don't think we can overlook it. If it is something that is running through, fine, we can make a general position that the correction will be made across board. But, Honorable Member, I think the essence of this exercise is to actually undertake whatever took place that probably has not been captured properly. And if a name has been spelled wrong, you cannot say that you wouldn't correct the name that has been spelled wrongly. So I think the essence of this particular exercise is to do that. So, well, the first Deputy Speaker gave a general ruling, but I think if it is something that comes before the House, we have to actually take note of that. So if somebody raises any grammar or any, I think we have to actually take on board. Yes. Yes, question team.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Respectfully, with what was referred to just now, I think the minority leader was referring to the statement made in paragraph 2 of it. My Lord, Mr. Speaker, it says that correction of errors of substance may be made only on the floor of the House with the permission of the Speaker. However, correction of typographical or grammatic errors which members suggest for the daily reports and the copy containing the correction submitted at the editor's office, Parliament House, not later than 4 clear days after the publication of the daily report. So it is that if someone finds this correction to be made, that person could write it and submit it 4 days, after the publication has been made. So, insofar as it is here, and that is what was referred to by the minority leader, respectfully.
Well. I don't know. Majority leader, do you have anything to talk about? Well, for now, my position is clear. The essence of this exercise is to raise any issue that have not been captured rightly. So if it is even grammar or spelling and somebody raises it here, we cannot overlook it. So I think that is how I will rule it. Yes, Prof.
Madam Speaker, I agree with you for this ruling. When a word or a sentence can change the meaning of what has been captured, then we have the liberty to bring our opinion to that. The issue I raised right now, I know that the leader wanted to say a matter of national importance. If you make it national importance, it's not only grammatical, but the essence of what he meant to say has been changed. That is simple.
All right. Any further issue? Honorable members, on that note, the votes and the official report of 12 February 2025, as corrected, is hereby adopted as the true records of proceedings. We will turn to page 6, item 6, which is business statement for the 7th week. But leader, please indulge me to acknowledge our children who have come all the way from Yendi. So they are Yendi Senior High School. They are being led by Yakubu Saibu, Amadou Zakaria, and Sasi Zinabu. They are all teachers, and the school, as I said earlier, is located within Yendi constituency. Yendi constituency. Do you have the member here? Do you have the member here? Member for Yendi? Yes, my brother.
The member for Yendi is not in at the moment, but he asked me in his stead to receive them.
Very well.
That's MP for Myang, his neighbor.
Very well. So, Myang MP, please take good care of them on your brother's behalf. So, students from Yendi Senior High School, you are welcome. I hope you are going to monitor whatever is going here, and that will be a basis for you to study hard, so that tomorrow, when we are not here, you also come and take over from us. You are welcome. Yes, leader, you may resume your seat. Leader, you may now take the podium and give us the business statement for the ensuing 7th week.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, your committee met to consider and propose the business for the 7th week ending Friday, 28 February 2025. The meeting was on Thursday, yesterday, and the proposal is that we take formal communications by the Speaker, as we routinely do. Mr. Speaker, we have scheduled 23 questions to be answered by 6 ministers, namely the Minister for Finance. There's 1 question posed. The Minister for Energy, there are 4 questions. The Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection, 4 questions. The Minister for Trade, Agribusiness and Industry, 2 questions. The Minister for Education, 2 questions. And the Minister for Roads and Highways, 10 questions. In all, those are 23 questions. 2 are urgent, and we have 21 oral. Pursuant to Order 91-2, as usual, Mr. Speaker, statements may be made by ministers, and you may also admit statements by honorable members under Order 93. Papers and reports pursuant to Order 97 may be laid during the week. Motions and resolutions may be moved, debated, and consequential resolutions taken. Mr. Speaker, let me announce to the House that His Excellency the President John Dramani Mahama, will be in this House on Thursday, 27th of February 2025, in accordance with Article 67 of the Constitution, to deliver the State of the Nation address. Let me just, with your indulgence, read Article 67, and it says that the President shall, at the beginning of each session of Parliament and before a dissolution of Parliament, deliver to Parliament a message on the state of the nation. This is a constitutional injunction. The President would definitely be here to deliver the State of the Nation address. And members are expected to be seated latest 9:15 a.m. Please pay attention. Members are expected to be seated in the chamber latest 9:15 a.m. The clerk has also issued additional instructions which I want to bring to your attention. All honorable members are to be seated in the chamber 9:15 a.m. This is because once His Excellency the President enters the chamber, national security will not allow any member access into the chamber. So note that once the national security takes over, no member will be allowed access into the chamber. So after 9:15, it will be difficult to have access to the chamber. Honorable members are not to enter the chamber with a stranger. So do not bring a stranger into the chamber. Only the deputy speakers and the two leaders will have access to the speaker's lobby. Usually the President will come in, go to the speaker's lobby, and then from there will be ushered into the chamber. Because of security arrangements, during that period, no member beyond the two deputy speakers and the two leaders will have access to the speaker's lobby. There will be limited access to the area in front of the speaker's lobby and the clerk at table's lobby. During the address, the doors into the chamber from the majority side will be locked. So from the majority side, the door will be locked. Hence, all honorable members are kindly requested to exit the chamber from the minority side or the exit at the division room. Mr. Speaker, honorable members are kindly requested to park at the forecourt of the State House, as the MP's car park area will be used by the military to form their parade. You all know that there's normally a parade, and the military will be using where we normally park to form their parade, and so we are advised or requested to park at the forecourt of State House. Mr. Speaker, these are the more detailed instructions relating to the State of the Nation address and arrangements that are being made for security and for access to the chamber and certain arrangements. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Order 2162 and subject to Order 67, the committee submits to the House the order of business for next week for the House's adoption. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Leader of the House. Honorable members, the statement for the 7th ensuing week has been read to us. It is now before the House for consideration. So let me begin from Bosome Freho.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Grateful for the opportunity once again. Mr. Speaker, I would want to commend the Business Committee for a good job done. The members of the committee, I commend them for a good job done. Mr. Speaker, I also want to express my heartfelt gratitude that my question has found expression in the scheduling of the business of the House. I am grateful. Mr. Speaker, but I am a bit concerned. I've been in this House. There have been a lot of statements that have been read in this House, on the floor. And many a times I find a bit of challenge on the part of the speakers directing or giving consequential orders on some of the statements that have been made as to whether they want to direct it to a committee, direct it to some relevant committees of the House that have to work on it. Mr. Speaker, it is because there is no committee. And I want to ask the leader, based on Article 103 and our Standing Order 204. Mr. Speaker, it is giving the House a bit of challenge to perform its oversight responsibilities. And I think that by now, we should have some of these committees that can clearly help the House to undertake its oversight responsibilities and perform its duty right and well. Mr. Speaker, I don't know why we are still at this stage about 18th or Mr. Speaker, 20th sitting, and we still don't have the committees in place. We are about to have another vetting. Order 217 is clear. Apart from the composition of the committee, the Speaker, sector committee leadership is also part of the vetting. Mr. Speaker, I don't know why the House is still, as at now, not constituted its committees to help perform its duties.
Thank you.
I am aware that our part of the House
Thank you.
has finalized its.
Thank you. You've raised a fundamental issue.
Mr. Speaker, I think that we should look at the other side to find out why we are still here.
You've made a fantastic issue.
Thank you.
Don't dilute it. Yes, Isaac Boama.
Thank you very much.
Not Yaboama.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. And let me also join my colleague in thanking the Business Committee for its report to the House and all the items that have been prepared for next week. Mr. Speaker, not to belabor the issue of the committees, it is very important that it be mentioned time and again that the committees are almost done. It will be submitted. Yesterday, it was even raised by the minority chief whip, and promises and assurances were made. Mr. Speaker, as we speak now, we are having issues with communication. People try to call, and the network is bad. People are calling me from the constituency in Efia, and they're saying that my phone is off, yet my phone is on. And you are unable to even get these committees where we can go and handle the matters with the Minister for Communication.
But you can go to the Minister personally.
No, Mr. Speaker, the committees are supposed to perform oversight roles in the House. It is better to use the committees so that we can handle these matters. And the Minister of Communication is out there closing FM stations, instead of making sure that we get some of these issues addressed. So, Mr. Speaker, let's get the committees out by next week.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. From Isaac Boama, let me come to Yaboama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Majority Leader, I know you are busy preparing your answers, but I want you to listen to this bit. NGAS has formally notified the Volta River Authority of its decision to suspend supply to Ghana due to outstanding arrears, raising concerns over the country's energy security in a letter addressed to the Managing Director of VRA on Tuesday, February 18. NGAS stated that effective March 6, 2025, it will cease further deliveries in line with clause 13.
Hold on. Yes, leader.
So, Speaker, I hate to do this because he's a very senior member of this House. If there is a communication has to come to the Speaker, and the Speaker will convey the communication to the House. If you have an urgent question for a Minister for Energy, please ask your urgent question for the Minister for Energy. Communication coming from a private entity has no right to be brought to our attention without it going through the proper processes. So I beg of my senior colleague that he should refrain from what he is doing, and all that he has read should be expunged from the records. because this is a formal communication that he is trying to use the back door to bring to the attention of the House. Please, let's do what is right. There's a business that has been presented, a program for next week. You debate the details of that program, you accept or you reject. That is what we should be doing. But if there's a communication from a private entity, and you want to bring it to the attention of the House, there's a procedure for doing that. Please.
I think, Boama, I think you are right. Friends, leader is right.
No, Mr. Speaker.
No,
I'm not delivering a statement from a private entity. I was laying a foundation based on a newspaper article. This is the new Business News of Ghana, dated 21st, February 2025, which has the exchange rates and other business news of the country.
So what I'm saying is,
Speaker,
the issue is raising
I was
is that
laying the foundation to the effect that we have or we are going to be confronted with some energy security issues.
Yes.
And that if the Minister of Energy could be programmed to come and brief the House, that is
as
all I'm saying.
as a member of the House, you know what to do. I mean, you have observed this or you have read this news item. You can bring the minister here on urgent question to address, or you can even make a statement. Based on the statement, we can invite the minister to come and address the House.
Mr. Speaker, rightly so. I'm just serving notice that we would want the minister to appear before the House to speak on this very important energy security. I'll be filing a question too.
File the question. File an urgent question on that. Yes, member for Manchia South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the continuous refusal or default to constitute or delay.
Is it the same matter?
Mr. Speaker,
Yes, go on.
Mr. Speaker, there is a fundamental infraction of the Constitution of this country and the standing orders of this House by the delay in constituting the standing committees of this House, the select committees of this House. Mr. Speaker, when you look at Article 103 of the 1992 Constitution, Mr. Speaker, with your liberty I read, it says that Parliament shall appoint standing committees and other committees as may be necessary for the effective discharge of its function. Mr. Speaker, the procedure for taking this step, very respectfully, is provided for by 204. Indeed, not just the step, the approach, but also the timing. Mr. Speaker, I will again take your liberty to read the Standing Orders 204, which is titled Appointment and Composition of Committees. Mr. Speaker, it says that 2041 says, at the first meeting of the first session of Parliament, there shall be appointed standing and select committees of the House for the effective and efficient exercise of the powers and performance of the functions of Parliament, in accordance with Article 103 of the Constitution.
So we are in the first meeting?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. We are about, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, let's listen to him. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, we are about to vet another batch of ministers. Mr. Speaker, under Standing Orders 217, for the appointment committee to be complete, Mr. Speaker, we need the committees in place. Mr. Speaker, the committees are not in place. Mr. Speaker, very respectfully, we think that we cannot support the continuous breach of the standing orders of this House. Mr. Speaker, unless
Honorable member,
the Constitution.
Honorable member,
Mr.
what
Speaker.
you read to the House, I don't think there's any breach.
Mr. Speaker, there's a breach. Mr. Speaker, very respectfully, if you may allow me. Mr. Speaker, 2052. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
Keep quiet and listen.
Mr. Speaker, 2052. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable members, who get the opportunity to speak, please.
The Committee of Selection, 2052.
Honorable member, hold on. Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. Speaker, I rise in pursuance of Order 1221A. Mr. Speaker, this is a House of Records. If the honorable member is minded to anchor his submission on the fact that some committees are yet to be properly constituted, he should say so. Please, Mr. Speaker, please. I've tried to listen to him in quietude. He should learn to listen to me in quietude. The point I am making is that it is inaccurate, most inaccurate, for him to say bluntly that committees have not been formed, that there is a refusal to constitute committees. That cannot be accurate. If he intends to say that some committees, the formation are not yet complete, he should say so. In any case, this matter was addressed just yesterday. He has not cited a single provision that says that the committee formation is time bound, but so and so and so and so. He has not. Now, the point is that during the first sitting of the first meeting of Parliament, some committees are statutorily, mandatorily composed. It is those committees whose federal duty and mandate it is to constitute the committees of Parliament.
So, honorable member, you came under
Mr.
a
Speaker,
point of order.
Mr. Speaker, my point is that he has misinformed the House. He should withdraw and make his point that it is some committees, not all committees, some committees.
Mr. Speaker. No, I was on my feet. Mr. Speaker. I know.
Who said I'm the problem? Who said that?
Speaker, it's important our colleagues pay attention to our observations. This is a normal practice. Business statement is presented. We make input into the business statement. You have to tolerate, please, with all respect. Speaker, back to my whip, Majority Chief Whip. Two speakers have ruled on this matter I want to raise, on business statement. Business statement is always at large. And the majority leader is a capable hand. In fact, for the fleeting period we've dealt with him, he's shown competence and leadership. I'm wondering why the Chief Whip will come in on a point of order 122. I mean, what is that? With the greatest respect to him. No, a matter has been raised which is germane, relevant, and let's allow the majority leader to respond accordingly. He can't come on a point of order, Mr. Speaker. He cannot. He is rather disrupting the process.
Very well.
And
Very well.
we should allow him to speak.
Very well. Very well.
Let him make his observation.
Very well. Very well. Majority Whip, please. Honorable Dafiamepo, you should address me. I gave you the floor. So just ignore what he said. I mean, yes. Don't worry.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, please. That issue has been raised by Asafoje, has been raised by Isaac Buama. Please, just.
Mr. Speaker, very respectful. It's a serious matter for a member of the House to be accused of misleading the House. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'm referring the House to Standing Order 2052. Mr. Speaker, and it reads, the Committee of Selection shall prepare a report to the House within the first 10 sitting days after appointment. The list of members to compose the standing and select committees of the House. This is the 20th sitting, Mr. Speaker, and the list of members to compose the committees. Mr. Speaker, it's not. Mr. Speaker, we are speaking for them. 180 people, only about 52 of you have gotten appointment. You are frustrated. It shows on your faces. We are fighting for you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable. Yes. Leader, let me hear you.
Mr. Speaker, when we come to this House, let's take our time and learn. Mr. Speaker, he just said that members on this side are frustrated. Even if you said they look frustrated, it's not right. Mr. Speaker, and he says that they are looking frustrated because they haven't had appointments. Mr. Speaker, everybody on this side campaigned on a promise that we will not have more than 60 ministers. All of us. We knew very well that only maximum 60 of us will make it as ministers. We campaigned on that, and we won the election on that. And we are happy we won the elections on that. Mr. Speaker, this side is okay. We are satisfied. We are satisfied with the numbers. Indeed, this side of the House, with those who have agreed to do business with us, we are 188 in number because of that promise. Because we promised to Ghanaians that we will make it only 60. Mr. Speaker, so it is wrong for anybody on this other side, led by their leader, to keep alluding to the size of the number of ministers and the question of appointments in this chamber. I want to place it on record that this side is satisfied. We have no issue with not being made ministers. Indeed, several people have called me and said, no, the leader of government business and the majority leader should be a ministerial appointment. I want to say here and place on record that I don't want to be a minister. I don't see how being a minister changes the role of a leader of government business. A leader of government business is a leader of government business. You will sit in cabinet, you will listen to the debate in cabinet, so that when you come here, you can communicate the decisions of cabinet effectively. You can lead the House to debate the position. So we're not worried about not being ministers. We are not. We are content. Yesterday I was in cabinet. What is the difference? What difference does it make? What difference does it make? So, Mr. Speaker, let this debate about number of ministers end today. Let it end today. When I go to respond to your issues, I will address all the questions being asked. But he should first withdraw the statement or expunge from the record the statement that
Which one?
members on this side are frustrated.
I mean, leader, I don't think that one calls for. But I believe there is an invitation to treat to the leader, a minority leader. So, minority leader, I think invariably he has invited you. Yes, minority leader, let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, the chief whip of the mighty minority has some few matters to raise. And I've noticed that some of my colleagues also have some issues to raise. The majority leader has indeed extended an invitation, and that invitation shall be attended to at the right and appropriate time. Suffice to state that behind him is massive frustration.
Honorable members, please, whatever comment you want to make should relate to the business statement. We don't.
Mr. Speaker, most respectfully, two speakers of this House have ruled on matters that come up at business statement comments. Mr. Speaker, the Right Honorable Michael Quay said that business statement and comments arising thereto are always allowed. Mr. Bagbin, Right Honorable Speaker Bagbin, re-echoed that position. And our friends, the NDC, the minority aid parliament, as they were. You were in minority. By the grace of God, you are now in majority. Led by the chief whip. Roxanne Kwame Eche de Fiamepo, who was in the middle bench at the time, led that charge. When, Mr. Speaker, on Fridays, they will spend time to raise all issues. Oh, he's smiling. This thing called karma, eh? And the majority leader himself, he was the chief legal advisor to the team. And he will spy me and he will be passing his notes. Mr. Speaker, we've seen it all. I was in that hot seat. What are you saying today? You want to set a new precedence? Emfa and de, emfa echina. Dear Sessa Yakabia Yabeka, Munya Butrantrain, Yakasa, Yewe. Mr. Speaker, this is not the time to now tell us that business statement, confine yourself and whatever. Your colleagues behind you feel very frustrated. We are aware. I'm not saying you are frustrated, but you feel frustrated is obvious. You don't need to tell me. I can see your frustration.
Thank you.
But Mr. Speaker,
thank you, leader.
So we'll allow colleagues to make their comments and before we come in. Thank you.
What did you say? If you have something to say, get up on your feet. I'll give you the opportunity. But it appears, honorable members, this time we are commenting on the business statement. It's not restricted to only the minority. If you have any issue, you have the right to get up and also raise the issue. Yes. Yes, Professor Nyako.
Right, Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for indulging me to make some few observations. Number one, when our respected majority leader was making the statement on the business for next week, he said that members should be in the House latest by 9:15, and that the doors will be shut to anybody or any member who comes in afterwards. Mr. Speaker, this is news to me. I don't know whether there is insecurity in this country or on the premises. Being in this chamber for at least a term, 4 years, and this has not been done. So I would like him to explain to us why this new restriction of members coming here before 9:15. We need an explanation, unless there's something that we don't know. Otherwise, this is completely unfair to us. Number two, it has been in the news on Tuesday that the Minister for Communications, Data Technology and Innovation has mandated the National Communications Authority to take steps to suspend the licenses of 6 media houses, and one of them, the 7th one, has been shut down. Mr. Speaker, I find this directive to be completely unacceptable because if you read the Electronic Communications Act 2008, if you indulge me, Section 13(3), and I read, where the authority decides to suspend or revoke a license or authorization, the authority shall
Honorable Professor Nyako, I'm not cutting it short. This is an issue. You can bring the minister here to respond. So I think you have the tool. You have the tool to bring the minister here, either on an urgent question or by a statement. So I find it a bit difficult, I must confess. It's like my brother Yabuama, the issue he raised. I mean, the ministers are there to serve the nation, and they do that by at times responding to certain issues you raise. So this is a fundamental issue, and I share with you. But I think this time, for me, it's not appropriate. Fine, you've raised it, fine, you've all noted it, but I think you should do well by bringing the minister here to respond to you and by extension to the nation. So I will urge you to file an urgent question.
Mr. Speaker,
to
respect to the Governor's office. In the 8th Parliament, during the time for business statement, members requested ministers to appear before us. Mr. Speaker, you were here. Most times you were in the chair. And this was done where our colleagues on Fridays requested that ministers appear before the House to respond to some of these issues. So it's not new. I'm not doing something new.
So by what you are doing, what do you seek to achieve with this?
My point is that there is tension out there. Yes. That's what I'm saying. And I'm saying that we need the minister to be here, to be invited to be here, to let us know the rationale behind the decision that is taking.
So how are you going to invite the minister?
Through your good self. To your good self. To your good self to do that. To your good self.
Prof, I know you are experienced, and we should know how to bring the minister here. Right? So I'm giving you a clue. Please file an urgent question. so that it will immediately be dispatched to the minister to come.
My next observation, I yield to your judgment, because I want to put on record that this is not the first time such a request is being made, but I yield to you because of your experience. My other and last issue has to do on item C, statements. I remember yesterday or the day before, you did say that statements should be of a maximum length of 2 pages. But I also think that statements are important for us and also for future references in terms of research. That is why I'm pleading with us that we need to encourage the writing of statements grounded in research. What we can do is that we can, as we do it when we are laying reports, that the report should be captured in its entirety whilst we read certain portions of the report. So I respectfully request that limiting statement to only 2 pages wouldn't help us. We can't do meaningful research to guide us into the future. Otherwise, we are suggesting that we are just making fun of statements. But you spend time to do thorough research. 2 pages or less, Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, is not the best. Let us agree on the quality, regardless of content. But we can on the floor just give excerpts while the handler department captures the entirety of the statement.
Well, honourable member.
Thank you.
Honourable member.
Please.
Honourable member, let me refer you to our standing orders 94. 94. The time for statements shall ordinarily not exceed 1 hour, except that the speaker may permit statements and comment outside the prescribed period in exceptional cases. At times we may have, today we are going to take at least 4 or 5 statements. And the statements, at times the comment alone can take a lot of time. So if leadership and the House do not manage the statements, and yesterday, the last 3 days, one statement, 6 pages, and I realized that the maker of the statement himself, when he was reading, was even tired. So if we decide to manage the statement in such a way that a lot of members can get the opportunity to make statements and to comment, I don't think it's out of place. I don't know. As much as I share your view, let's also look at the interests of all members. Because a lot of people today, we have as many as about 10 statements here. And everybody is so desirous to read his statement, his or her statement. So that's why we are trying to come out with at least a policy that a statement should not exceed 2 pages. I mean, we went to secondary school, do this, we did summary. And you put the salient areas in the statement in such a way that it will catch what you want to portray. So, Professor, I think you've raised a fundamental issue, but I think for the good of the House, let's go by what we intend to do. Nobody from this side? Leader, will you respond to them so that we take a second batch? Very well.
You can add some responses to it.
Honorable members, please, a lot of issues have been raised. Let the leader respond to them. You take another batch of comments, then he comes back. So, leader, the floor is yours now.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, the Business Committee indicated that some questions have been scheduled for the week, 21 oral and 2 urgent questions. some of the matters that honorable members are raising can be the subject of urgent questions. You can ask urgent questions. That's why the Business Committee has programmed question time. So you can ask urgent questions of the ministers. And once the Speaker admits them as urgent questions, he can get the ministers here to answer those questions. The issue of committees, yes. Mr. Speaker, as you know, the Committee of Selection has been formed already, and that committee is the Speaker's committee. So the issue of the work of the Committee of Selection is the responsibility of the Speaker. So we will convey your concerns about the timing of the composition of committees to the Right Honorable Speaker. I think that your concerns are legitimate, that we should speed up the process and have the committees inaugurated or established early so that they can assist with the business of the House. But on the question of the claim that we have violated the Constitution, you can see that the Constitution in Article 103 says that the Standing Committee shall be appointed at the first meeting. But in the standing orders, there's an attempt to derogate from that and to impose specific timelines. But if you read the Justice Abdullahi case, you will know that if the Constitution is very clear on the matter and you go in your standing orders and you place restrictions on that matter, it's very easy for anyone to declare those provisions as being inconsistent with the provisions of the Constitution. So far as I am concerned, the Constitution says first meeting, and we are still in the first meeting of Parliament. And so you cannot question the conduct of the Speaker, because it's the Speaker's committee. The Speaker is the chairman of the Committee of Selection. So to question the conduct of the business of the Committee of Selection is to question the conduct of the Speaker. And I discourage you from questioning the conduct of the Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of statements, yes, I think it is important for us to pay attention to Order 93. Order 93 says that by the indulgence of the House and leave of the Speaker, a member may explain a matter of personal nature, or a statement on a matter of urgent public importance. So there are two things that your statement must cover: personal matter, urgent public nature. Why would you spend 6 pages explaining a matter of urgent public nature? Or why would you use 6 pages to explain a personal matter? So let's be guided by what statements are about. They are about personal matters and also urgent public matters, and that is why you should be brief. In fact, in some jurisdictions, it is 1 page. The Canadian Parliament, I'm told, you cannot exceed 1 page. In some jurisdictions, they just give you a few minutes to make those statements, so that as many statements as possible can be taken on a day. And so we are trying to streamline these matters and insist that be brief about it, because if it's an urgent public matter, you don't need 6 pages to tell us what an urgent public matter is. Or if it's a personal matter concerning your constituency, you don't need 6 pages. If you have a thesis you want to give to us to study, you can give us a statement and attach the thesis and refer us to the thesis to go and read later on. So I can understand the interest of professors in writing thesis. And so if you have a thesis you want to share with us, you can bring us the 2-page statement and then refer us to your thesis and then beg that your thesis should be captured as part of the Hansard of the House. Mr. Speaker, I think that these are the 2 critical issues that have been raised by the committee members. But people should know that the business committee is made up of representation from both sides. So when the business committee is going for its meeting, you can always communicate to your members matters that you think should be part of the business. And they will raise it with us at the business committee meeting and we'll program it. And then also program yourself to ask questions. And then also use the opportunity to make statements of some urgent public importance, such as the statement that he was going to make about the communication he was going to read about the energy situation may actually be a matter of urgent public importance. But it's not for business statement. You can come tomorrow morning, Tuesday morning, and then make an urgent statement. And we will discuss it. Yes, and this was the chair of the majority leader. And he always drew our attention to these issues as well. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. So, Honorable, we take the last batch of questions.
He left out one question that I asked.
Prof, enough is enough.
Let
me give other members. Let me give other members the opportunity, please.
He forgot.
Mr. Speaker, there was something about the time to be here and then the security arrangements. At all times, this has always been the security arrangements. It has always been the case that when the president is here, we have different security arrangements to take care of the presence of the president here and then the vice president and the chief justice and others. And you know that somehow the drummers will be here and then there will be restriction in terms of the movement in and out of the chamber. And we encourage all the time that MPs should come early, be seated so that we start on time. And this is an arrangement that the clerk has always put in place. This is not the first time that these arrangements are being made.
Thank you very much. Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And afterwards, no, you have spoken. I wouldn't give. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I'm following up on the security arrangements. So if we come on time, and we are supposed to be out for some nature call, are we going to be allowed in?
Is it a comment or a question? Honorable Akwa, is it a question or comment?
No, it's a follow-up. It's a follow-up to the security arrangements.
Well,
a follow-up to the security arrangements.
Leader.
Are we going to be confined to our chairs?
Leader, please listen to him so that you please.
Majority Leader, I was asking that if we come in on time and we're supposed to attend to nature's call or move outside, are we going to be allowed in or we are going to be confined to our chairs?
Yes. Dr. Kabilu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. First, I would want to commend the Business Committee for capturing 3 of my several questions to be asked of different ministers, and I want to commend them highly for letting my questions find expression in the business statement for the ensuing week. Mr. Speaker, that's it. My second issue has to do with the response or a comment made by my senior brother and respected leader of the House, Honorable Mahama Ayarga. He announced to this House that he sat in cabinet. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution of the Republic, Article 76, states, there shall be, with your indulgence, I'll read, there shall be a cabinet which shall consist of the President, the Vice President, and not less than 10 and not more than 19 ministers of state. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Majority Leader is not a minister of state. He will need to be appointed as a minister responsible for parliamentary business to have the local standing to be in cabinet. Mr. Speaker, my brother is just drawing our attention to a clear violation of the Constitution. Unless he was there as an observer. If he was there as an observer, Mr. Speaker, then he should communicate it as such. If he was a member of cabinet, then it's a violation of the constitution, Mr. Speaker, and he has to be drawn to the Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Time without number. Time without number. Members from our section have drawn the attention of leaders responsible for elections, leaders responsible for security, to this very issue, to make every effort to finish the counting, for declaration to be made, so that the good people of Ablekuma North could also have their representation here in this house. Technically speaking, the people of Ablekuma North are being disenfranchised. Ablekuma North are being disenfranchised as a result of the fact that people who are responsible for the election, for declaration of election, are refusing to perform their duty. I believe that this is very serious, and we need a solution, a one-time solution to this problem.
Thank you very much. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm just going to add to the issue my brother have raised, the honorable member raised. If you look at this issue of Ablekuma North, you realize that on the 24th of January, my big brother, the honorable majority leader, said that he was going to follow. He promised that he was going to follow up and brief the House later. Mr. Speaker,
but he has done that.
Yes, he said that. He said
he has briefed the House.
No, he hasn't briefed the House, Mr. Speaker. He said he will come again and brief the House about the issue on the 24th. Mr. Speaker, today is 21st of February. Almost 1 month.
And the president is coming to brief the House.
Almost 1 month. The majority leader has not briefed the House. And the president,
thank you.
The president will be in the House to brief of the State of the Nation address. And I think this issue has to be updated, and we need to get a member of parliament for Ablekuma North before the president address the nation. Thank you.
The last person, member for Tafo. Last one.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Let me first and foremost commend the majority leader for the business statement, except to say that I filed about 4 questions. Interestingly, when I was checking the number 2, or item number 2, I was thinking that I will find Minister for Defense there. To convince myself that it was not a mistake, I went through the questions itself, and I realized that one important question that I filed, which is bordering on security in terms of the Minister of Defense superintending over the armed forces, that question has not been captured here. And so I wanted the majority leader to take note of that question that I filed. I filed 4 of them, but 3 of them has been captured here.
Yes, it could be that question was not admitted.
The rest have to be captured. Thank you so much.
I'm saying it could be that question was not admitted. I'm saying it could be that question was not admitted. So, yes, let me come to you. I want to close this session.
Speaker.
Yeah, let me listen to you.
Yes, Speaker, a few observations. First of all, majority leader related to security arrangement, which I find important. However, I know the practice has been the fine details often is communicated through the whips, and same is ferried to colleagues on our respective platforms. So because the details of it cannot be put out. This is about security matters. So I want to encourage the leader to take notice of that. I think about a fortnight ago, we had a committee of the whole. Leader, if I have your attention. And some important matters were discussed in proper context. It's been a while. I want to respectfully suggest to the leader of the House that these matters may have to be firmed up. Matters I cannot elucidate appropriately, as he knows. We need to come to some conclusion on these matters, which cannot be discussed at plenary, so that we can get the House appropriately prepared to receive His Excellency the President. These are very important matters, and the leader of the House, I'm sure, understands. Speaker, I've looked at the business statement. You had earlier given directive that the Minister for Energy and Green Transition should appear on Tuesday. This is conspicuously missing in the statement, and I want to find out reasons why, because earlier on the minister, I'm told, was here and had to leave for cabinet. And Speaker, you directed that we postpone the said engagement to Tuesday. That has not found expression in the statement. I'm sure it's an oversight if the leader can take good notice. We also, Speaker, a matter raised by the Honorable Kabiru, Dr. Kabiru, on the imposition of curfew at Wale Wale and its environs. I know colleagues are also concerned. A number of constituencies are concerned. And the directive was the Chief Whip should take the matter up, respected Chief Whip, if you are listening, and arrange with the two ministers. Speaker, votes and proceedings today captured it, and the responsibility was placed on the head of the majority Chief Whip that he will program. In fact, as at yesterday, he has said that between yesterday and today, he will be able to confirm the date for the two ministers to appear at closed sitting, emphasis my closed sitting, not at plenary. That is also missing, and I wish the leader of the House can relate to such matters. It's quite encouraging. I've seen a number of questions advertised, and that is good, except to add that we will not accept excuses. The ministers will have to be notified as our orders prescribes, and we will not allow excuses. The ministers should be ready. Next week, we are expecting them in the House. We don't want one excuse or the other. I am traveling out of jurisdiction or so. No, they must come and respect this chamber and come and answer the questions duly. So having said that, I will not add more. I hope the minister, the majority leader will relate.
Thank you. Minority leader, please, the last person to.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the treasure space given me to make my own comments on the business statement ably presented by the leader of the House. Mr. Speaker, first, in the course of the week,
This is your comment. You are coming to me.
Mr. Speaker, yes.
Then the House, please indulge me in 5-minute suspension. Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, again, let me thank the Leader of the House for presenting the business statement. Mr. Speaker, I have some few additional comments to make. I believe that these comments, if the Leader takes them on board, it will help bring clarity to some national issues and put to rest some agitations in the public space. Mr. Speaker, first is the decision of the Minister for Communication and Digital Technology, Honorable Sam Nete-Joy. Mr. Speaker, on the 18th of February, it is reported from the Media Secretariat of the Ministry that he directed the closure of 7 radio stations, and this was with immediate effect. Mr. Speaker, in my view, the National Media Commission is the body responsible for making certain determinations and making recommendations as to the conduct of some of these frequencies, radio stations in our country. I find it very strange that the minister would issue such a directive. I will therefore, Mr. Speaker, based on these concerns, pray that the Leader of Government Business indulges the House to invite the minister to come and brief the House on what resulted in his actions. Mr. Speaker, he is answerable to this House and not only to the President that appointed him. So that is my issue 1. Issue 2. Mr. Speaker, issue 2 has to do with Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. Mr. Speaker, we all know that GBC is the nation's #1 media house. Every support needs to be given to GTV. I have been watching GTV, and they are one station that is able to reach the remote parts of our country. They need support. We've seen other media houses, particularly the private media houses, getting prominent lately in programs of the state. We don't see GTV doing live broadcasts. Mr. Speaker, if it's about resources, I would again want the Minister of Government Business to program the Minister of Communication and Digitalization to come to this House to brief us on steps that the ministry is taking to resource GBC. Mr. Speaker, they have very nice programs, especially their breakfast show, very educative. And if GBC does not get the support, they are likely to collapse. We don't want that to happen. So GBC would need support, and I would want the minister to address the House and assure us on steps that the ministry is taking in that endeavor. Mr. Speaker, there is also this issue of Galamsey. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Lands and Natural Resources, Honorable Ama Kofi-Boa, came to this House to make a certain revelation. That revelation was to the effect that over 9 out of our 44 forest reserves have been completely taken over by illegal mining tax with impunity. He says that, Mr. Speaker, the Forestry Commission no longer has access to these forest reserves in the short term. He again explained that the Forest Guards and the Forestry Commission's rapid response team are unable to confront these miners effectively because they lack the advanced weaponry the Galamsey operators possess. Mr. Speaker, he told us this only yesterday, Wednesday the 19th of February. Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't want to say this is very rich, but this is very alarming. And Mr. Speaker, the minister only lamented and fell short of assuring the nation what steps government was going to take to address this thing with alacrity. Mr. Speaker, I am on the basis of that also inviting the leader of government business to program the minister to come back and brief us on the intervention that he intends to put in place. We have the military to support government. Forestry Commission need resources. It cannot be said that ordinary citizens possess sophisticated weapons and therefore they are destroying our water bodies. Mr. Speaker, just this week, we had a number of statements being made on water situation in our country. A member made a statement on the situation of water supply. Our people are not getting potable water to drink. Mr. Speaker, in Winneba, the hospitals were complaining that Ghana Water is unable to provide water. We know water is life. Ghana Water has its own challenges, and our water bodies are also being polluted. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a time for the minister to be very proactive, and he needs to come to this house next week to assure the nation of the steps his ministry is taking to address this problem. Mr. Speaker, again on water, the persistent shortage of water has led residents in Greater Accra in particular to rely on an expensive source of water. Mr. Speaker, we know how much water tankers cost, and people rely on sachet water and all. Mr. Speaker, these are serious matters, and we expect government to take action. Mr. Speaker, we have also been told by the leader of government business that His Excellency the President is going to be in this house next week, Thursday, as part of a constitutional imperative to present a message on the state of the nation. Mr. Speaker, Article 67 of the Constitution makes that provision. Well, we welcome the President, but whilst we patiently await the President, there are two issues I want the leader of government business to ferry to His Excellency the President at Jubilee. One, in the past, when His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo had to come here on a similar constitutional exercise, he had to wait for several hours before entering the chamber. I hope that the leader of government business will put in place the necessary support systems to allow an early entry of the President into this chamber. It is his maiden entry into this house. He should ensure that all nagging issues are addressed, and he should ensure that the President is safely brought in and he does his work in peace. The leader of government business has a duty That is why he's the leader of the House, leader of government business, and majority leader. He is aware of the situation of this House. He is aware of the situation of the 187 and the 88. The leader of government business has a duty in communicating the concerns of this House to the President. My duty is to guarantee his peace in this House, but that will materially depend on the work of the majority leader. Mr. Speaker, I have told him what he is to do. I've been in that chair before, and I know what it is. Mr. Speaker, the second issue. In 2017, public sector workers enjoyed 12.5% increment, 2018, 11%, 2020, 15%, 2021, there was a 4% plus interim premium of 15%, 2022, there was 15% COLA on base salary, 2023, 30%, 2024, 23% between January and June, and then July to December was 25%. We have just had a paltry increment of 10%. The leader of government business must take note of this and inform His Excellency the President that these are the numbers he came to meet. The ordinary Ghanaian worker has a higher expectation in this 133 24-hour reset economy. They have a legitimate expectation that President Mahama will do, if cannot match it, he should do better. Mr. Speaker, the 10% is unacceptable. Mr. Speaker, last point. The last point before I resume my seat. Mr. Speaker, there are concerns about termination of appointments, and it's a matter that we are all expressing our reservations on. The government spokesperson is quoted by the media as having said, and quote, "Let me also put on record that this action has been taken not because of a perception or belief that they were MPP. It is because we know that the recruitment process were attended by irregularities." Honorable Fosu, Felix Kwacho Fosu, is quoted to have said this on Wednesday, the 19th February. Mr. Speaker, in law, there is something called ratification and rectification. These are guaranteed rights in Chapter 5 of the Constitution. If somebody has been employed and the government is of the view that these employments were irregular, what is the use of the system regularizing same through ratification or rectification? Mr. Speaker, why would the government send people away? And so far it is obvious that they are targeting NPP members. Mr. Speaker, it is so obvious that that is what the government is doing. nurses are being sent home. Teachers are being sent home. Mr. Speaker, in fact, to worsen the situation, state-owned entities that are limited liability companies are also issuing letters. Mr. Speaker, I will plead with the leader of government business that he should take steps to address these matters. Mr. Speaker, I'm in the dispatch box, and leader knows that in the dispatch box there can be a point of order. I'm in the dispatch box. There can be a point of order, and he knows that. My respected leader knows it. I have good reasons for coming here. So, Mr. Speaker, the ordinary Ghanaian has a legitimate expectation that upon receiving an appointment letter, until he does something wrong or does anything against the company rules and regulations, he's supposed to remain in the employ of that institution. Mr. Speaker, state-owned institutions have employed Ghanaians, and today they are being given letters, go home. They are sacking them. Mr. Speaker, look at the extent to which cholera is affecting our people. People are in hospitals and nurses. Mr. Speaker, I'm concluding. That's why I said the last point. Because, Mr. Speaker, this is an appeal to the leader of government business to ferry same to government. Mr. Speaker, people are being sent home, particularly nurses. And these nurses are in the countryside to save lives. Teachers are in various communities teaching, and they are being told that pack and go home. Mr. Speaker, menyo SSNTO, tro, nukejo. Mr. Speaker, nukejo. Na Ghana, devio employment, na sack, nukejo, tro. Mr. Speaker, tro. Mr. Speaker, in other words, I'm saying that then ekosui aden obi enyejuma mo pamo tro. Mr. Speaker, menyo make the kukuna government employ the people back. Mr. Speaker, make the kuku now.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, leader of the House, please, let's indulge. Please. The leader is responding to that. If there's any, you can relate to the leader to address that. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the tripartite committee met to negotiate with government regarding salary increases. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the negotiations, the workers of this country, led by their leaders, the union leaders, happily and gladly accepted 10% increase. Mr. Speaker, accepting 10% increment as against 25% or 12% or 13% is a vote of confidence in the leader. Because they are confident that President John Dramani Mahama, when he collects the public money, taxes, he will not be flying aircraft and bathing in the air. That he will not be engaging in profligate spending. He will not be engaging in wasteful spending. And because they are confident that President John Dramani Mahama is going to make good use of the public money.
Leader, you're also going there. I hope you wouldn't toe the line.
Mr. Speaker, he says that once you are standing here, you cannot be heckled.
More or less,
and
yes.
so you can stand here and take advantage and say whatever you want. So let me also say whatever I want. Let me also say whatever I want. And so I am saying that the workers of this country accepted 10% as a vote of confidence in the NDC government. And Mr. Speaker, something wonderful happened. Something wonderful happened. For a very long time, presidents have not been interested in the negotiations. But yesterday, His Excellency, President John Dramani Mahama, went there himself in solidarity with the workers of this country, because he identifies himself with the workers of this country. Mr. Speaker, that is why they accepted the 10%. They are confident that the President John Dramani Mahama will manage inflation better. And so if they take 10%, at the end of the year, the value of the 10% will remain the same. Mr. Speaker, the second issue about recruitments, I think we discussed the matter last week, and I made our position very clear. And I revealed that during the transition team meetings, we called on government at that time not to carry out those recruitments. And we were told in the face that they will carry out their recruitments. And we made it clear to them that if you carry out the recruitments, we will reverse the recruitments. We said it. It was made known. It was public. And the reason is simple. You had created a difficult financial situation. And so the point is that when you are leaving office, you should be the last person to try and encumber the incoming government with bills that they may not be able to afford. And so we cautioned and you refused. And went ahead and did the recruitments. That is why this government is reversing those recruitments. Because we told you, we warned you, we cautioned you, we tried to stop you, and you refused, and you insisted, and you recruited. And we have no regrets reversing those recruitments. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of SONA, the arrangements,
please.
The arrangements have been made, and we are sure that His Excellency the President will come here and deliver his address without any hindrance. On the question of closure of radio stations, of course, this may be a matter of public importance, and any member can make a statement or ask an urgent question, and the ministers may be brought here to answer questions. On the issue of curfews are routinely imposed by the Minister of the Interior. If any member has an urgent question about a curfew or a statement about a curfew, such as what was made yesterday, you can make those statements. And I'm told, I wasn't in the chamber yesterday, but I'm told that the Speaker indicated that the Ministers of Interior and Defense should be arranged to come and then brief the House on these curfews. And I believe that that will be done subject to the availability of the ministers. On the issue of the arrangement for the Minister for Energy and Green Transitions to come to this House, I'm told he came, but because he had to leave for cabinet, he couldn't address this House on the matters that we had referred to him. And so we'll reschedule the minister to come back. The Minority Chief Whip raised the issue of a meeting of the Committee of the Whole to further discuss matters relating to welfare of members of Parliament, so we can schedule one during the course of the week. On the issue of Ablekuma North, that has been severally raised. I just want to draw the attention of members to a number of constitutional provisions. First is Article 43 of the Constitution. And please pay attention. I need your attention. Article 43 says, there shall be an electoral commission. It is electoral commissions that organize elections. If you have a problem, go and see the electoral commission. Mr. Speaker, Article 46 also says, except as provided in this Constitution or in any other law not inconsistent with this Constitution, in the performance of its functions, the Electoral Commission shall not be subject to the direction or control of any person or authority, except as provided by law. In the performance of its duties, no authority shall control or direct the Electoral Commission. So I only offer to go and ascertain facts and come and report facts to you. But I cannot direct the Electoral Commission to declare a result. It is not the business of this House to direct Electoral Commission to declare results of any constituency. Because under Article 46 of the Constitution, nobody should control or direct the affairs of the Electoral Commission, except by law. So if you go to court, you can get court orders, and then the Electoral Commission may conduct itself according to those court orders, but it's not for this House to be directing the Electoral Commission. So all the efforts that you are putting into intimidating the Electoral Commission, please cease and desist. Cease and desist. Don't attempt to intimidate the Electoral Commission from this chamber. Please. Now, let's go to the question of attending cabinet. And let me educate those who don't understand the business of how cabinet is managed. You have cabinet ministers, and then you have ministers who are not cabinet members, but who attend cabinet. And any other person may attend cabinet with the leave of the president. And when you take the minutes of cabinet, you will see that you have list of cabinet ministers, they are 19, and then all other ministers are not observers in attendance. In attendance. Because the business of cabinet is just to advise the president. Cabinet doesn't take decisions. All these claim that cabinet has taken a decision. No, cabinet does not take decisions. Cabinet advises the president, and all decisions are decisions of the president. And so he can allow anybody into the meeting to assist him take any decision that he has to take. So that is the arrangement that we have, and I want to assure you that your own leader, I attend cabinet meetings. Nature's call. As for nature's call, I think the washroom is still where it is. So in spite of the security arrangements that will be made on that day, the washroom will not be relocated. It will remain where it is. And so you can always use the facility. Mr. Speaker, I think I have addressed all the concerns raised, and I therefore urge colleagues to adopt the program for next week for this House. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, the business statement for the ensuing 7th week, which was read to us by the leader of the House, and I believe this, the business statement has been thoroughly discussed, is hereby adopted. Yes, honorable members, we will turn to item 7, statements. Yes, Minister for Roads and Highways, do you?
Mr. Speaker, I know you've passed that stage. I just want to confirm that my colleagues opposite who left government a few days ago, 10 of them, have asked me questions about roads, and I can assure you I'll be here on Friday to answer their questions for them, just as an assurance. It's just an assurance that I'll be here on Friday to answer your questions.
Well. Honorable members, the first statement is a commemorative statement, and we have two members. Incidentally, one is a minister, which is Minister for Tourism, and a member for Ketu South, and equally we have a member for Achoma and Webiaja North. So I will ask both of them to read a statement, and afterwards we will discuss the statement, or we comment on the statements. So let me first and foremost give the floor to the Minister, Honorable Abrajifa Gomashi, to read the statement on the occasion of International Mother Language Day. Minister, the floor is yours. Is it?
Where you had, at conclave, you had also admitted a statement that stands in the name of the honorable member.
Yes, I just mentioned.
Oh, okay. That's it.
I just mentioned. Yes. Honorable Minister, please, let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. It is interesting that the minority leader chose today, this remarkable day, to speak two Ghanaian languages when we're celebrating the International Mother Language Day. He set the pace, and I'm very happy about that. Mr. Speaker, the Universal Declaration on Cultural Diversity states that cultural diversity is as necessary for humankind as the biodiversity for nature. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to make the statement on the floor of the House today, 21st February 2024. It marks the occasion of the International Mother Language Day celebrated globally. This year marks the silver jubilee of this observance, a significant moment that highlights the importance of linguistic diversity and the global commitment to preserving mother tongues as essential elements of cultural heritage and identity. Ghana, as a multilingual nation, is home to over 80 languages spoken across various regions. These indigenous languages are not just means of communication, but also carriers of our collective history, traditions, and cultural values. Unfortunately, many of our native languages are at the risk of decline due to urbanization, globalization, and limited use of formal education and public life. According to UNESCO, about 40% of the world's population lacks access to education in a language they understand, and Ghana is not exempt from this reality. The gradual erosion of our local languages threatens the very fabric of our identity and the intergenerational transmission of indigenous knowledge systems. Mr. Speaker, I wish to commend this House for its progressive discussions on the promotion of Ghanaian languages, particularly the landmark decision announced on the 15th of February 2024 prior to the former Second Deputy Minority Leader, Honorable Emmanuel Amakofebua's statement to integrate local languages into parliamentary proceedings in accordance with Order 63 of the Standing Orders. This initiative, which includes provisions for interpretation and translation services, is a bold and commendable step towards mainstreaming our indigenous languages in national discourse. It fosters inclusivity and ensures that parliamentary deliberations truly reflect the linguistic diversity of our nation. However, Mr. Speaker, while this decision was a remarkable achievement, its implementation has been slow. We must move beyond commitment and take concrete actions to ensure that our vision of a linguistically inclusive parliament becomes a reality. I urge the House to accelerate efforts in providing the necessary resources and infrastructure to make this initiative fully operational. Further, I applaud former Second Deputy Minority Leader, Honorable Amako Febua, for his advocacy on the preservation of the Nzema language and his call for greater emphasis on teaching and learning local languages at all levels of education. His statement on this floor last year spurred constructive conversations on integrating local languages into basic education to improve comprehension and foster cultural pride. Studies have shown that children who have instructions in their mother tongue during early education develop better cognitive skills, stronger literacy foundations, and a deeper connection to their heritage. Mr. Speaker, as a Member of Parliament representing the vibrant people of Ketu South, wherever is the predominant language, I am deeply committed to advocating for its preservation and growth, alongside other indigenous languages in Ghana. The Bureau of Ghana Languages has taken commendable steps in publishing educational materials in 11 local languages, including Ewe. However, these efforts must be reinforced with tangible policy interventions, such as increasing the number of trained teachers proficient in local languages, equipping schools with the necessary teaching and learning materials, and ensuring the systematic integration of indigenous languages into the formal education curriculum. I therefore call on the Minister of Education and the Ghana Education Service to take concrete steps towards the implementation of recommendations made by this House, particularly the adoption of local languages as mediums of instruction at the basic education level. Adequate financial and logistical support must be provided to sustain this initiative, ensuring that our language policies are not merely symbolic, but yield practical outcomes in education and societal development. Mr. Speaker, this year's theme, Languages Matter, Silver Jubilee celebration of International Mother Language Day, is a timely reminder that our mother tongues are not just tools of communication, but reservoirs of knowledge, history, and cultural heritage. As we celebrate this day, let us reaffirm our commitment to linguistic diversity and make deliberate efforts to safeguard our indigenous languages for future generations. By doing so, we preserve not only our words, but also the stories, wisdom, and identities that define us as a people. Mr. Speaker, Nelson Mandela said, if you talk to a man in a language he understands, it goes to his head. If you talk to him in his language, that goes to his heart. Mr. Speaker, Ngugi wa Thiong'o also said that language is not just a means of communication, it is a carrier of culture, a reflection of the history and experiences of a people. Finally, Mr. Speaker, Maya Angelou also said, language is the blood of the soul, into which thoughts run and out of which they grow. Let us cherish and preserve our Ghanaian languages, for they are the essence of our humanity. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Let me, at this juncture, also invite Honorable Frank Yeboah, a member for Achoma Wabiaja North, to read similar statement on Mother Language Day. Yes, Honorable Member, you have the floor now.
Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this important discussion on the occasion of the International Mother Language Day. This day observed globally on February 21st, serves as a reminder of the urgent need to preserve and promote linguistic diversity. In Ghana, where we are blessed with over 80 indigenous languages, this occasion presents an opportunity to reaffirm our commitment to safeguarding our linguistic heritage for future generations. Mr. Speaker, language is not merely a tool for communication. It is the foundation of culture, identity, and historical continuity. Our indigenous languages carry the wisdom, traditions, and world views of our ancestors, shaping our understanding of ourselves and our communities. Yet, according to Ghana Statistical Services in 2023, many of these languages are under threat of extinction due to the pressures of urbanization, globalization, and the increasing dominance of English language in education and media. Right Honorable Speaker, according to UNESCO's Atlas of the World's Languages in Danger 2021, Ghanaian languages are classified as endangered, with a declining number of native speakers. Many young Ghanaians today struggle to communicate fluently in their mother tongues due to lack of formal education in these languages and the growing preference for English language in social and professional settings. This trend, if left unchecked, could result in the extinction of some of our rich languages. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's language in education policy has seen frequent shifts over the years. The current policy mandates the use of local languages as a medium of instruction from kindergarten to primary 3 before transitioning to English language. However, its implementation has been inconsistent, partly due to the limited availability of learning materials and trained teachers proficient enough in indigenous languages. Right Honorable Speaker, the Bureau of Ghana Languages, BGL, established in 1951, has played a pivotal role in promoting and preserving Ghanaian languages through publications, translations, and language development programs. However, the Bureau faces significant challenges, including understaffing, inadequate funding, and lack of modern technological resources. If we, as representatives of the people, are serious about preserving our indigenous languages, this institution must be adequately resourced to fulfill its mandate effectively. Mr. Speaker, beyond government efforts, the role of community engagement, digital technology, and media cannot be overlooked. Promoting indigenous languages on radio, television, and social media platforms can help sustain their relevance among young people. Additionally, initiatives such as oral history documentation, digital dictionaries, and language learning applications must be encouraged to bridge the intergenerational linguistic gap. Right Honorable Speaker, I urge this House to support the government to, 1, strengthen the Bureau of Ghana Languages by increasing funding and technical support for its language development programs. Number 2, ensure full implementation of the language and education policy by investing in teaching materials and training teachers in indigenous languages. Number 3, encourage the integration of indigenous languages in technology and media, ensuring they remain relevant in the digital age. 4, promote community-led language preservation programs, including storytelling, oral history documentation, and intergenerational language transition initiatives. Right Honorable Speaker, we cannot afford to lose our indigenous languages, for in them lies the heart and soul of our identity as Ghanaians. Let us act now to protect and promote them, ensuring that future generations inherit not just the words, but the history values, and wisdom they carry. Right Honourable Speaker, I thank you once again for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, we have 3 other statements, so indulge me to restrict the number of comments that we will be having on this. So we are going to have 2 from each side, and if possible, I may even decline the leadership. So, Honourable Member for Okle, let's start with you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me begin by commending the 2 makers of this statement in commemorating today's celebration of Mother Tongue. And particularly, I'm also happy that our Minister in charge of Tourism and Arts of Culture was also herself here to make this statement. Mr. Speaker, some of us have been promoters of our culture and tradition. And language is one of the first ambassadors that shows where you come from and who you are. Mr. Speaker, it is exciting to know that your mother language is written and spoken. And I come from Okre, who believes that we are one of the early settlers in Ghana. However, our language has never been written. And so it was exciting for me when the Bible Society of Ghana decided that they want to translate the language of Okre, translate the Bible into the language of Okre. And early this year, the first chapter of Mark was read. And you could tell the excitement and the understanding when students, very young pupils, were made to read the Bible in the Okre language. And so I add my voice to the call for especially this House, as a representative of the people, to take immediate action. Mr. Speaker, I believe that you would guide us so that at least to show commitment to the fact that we want to promote our mother language and to be proud as a people of Ghanaian speaking our own language, at least we should be able to work towards a roadmap that by end of this year, we should be able to have an agreement of some of our local languages that will be acceptable in this House, so that we can express ourselves better. And our constituents who will also be listening to us and watching us on the screen can also appreciate some of the contributions that we make. It is funny, Mr. Speaker, you go on social media and people tend to make fun of some of us that because of English, we are quiet in the chamber. Why should we be bothered that somebody cannot express him or herself in somebody's language? But this is what we have bedeviled ourselves with as a country. And so I am very excited that these statements have been made. And we as a people of Ghanaians should be proud to speak our language. Mr. Speaker, somebody just travels 1 year, 2 years outside, comes back to Ghana and wants to put a donation to his own mother language. And in spite of some sense of inferiority complex, Mr. Speaker, we were here and we were communicating very well in our local language before we had Europeans and other foreigners visiting us. And so I am very excited, and that is why I want to add my voice to this. And Mr. Speaker, I'll end by reiterating the point that we should take some immediate actions and have a roadmap so that Order 63 can be looked at and some adoption of some languages that cut across all the sections and length and breadth of the country be adopted in this House so that other people can frequently express themselves and demonstrate that we are proud in our own language. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much. Yes, let me give it to Dade Kotopo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I want to commend the makers of the statements on the International Mother Language Day. Mr. Speaker, It's exciting to note that we have a number of languages in our country, Ghana, but disheartening to note that most of these languages are not well taught. When you come to the Greater Accra region, it's predominantly the Ghana language that is spoken. But most of the time, in our schools in the region, the Ghana language is not taught, and Akan is rather taught. And it is our desire that when teachers are trained in the Ghana language, they should be posted to schools in the Greater Accra region. But most of the time, it happens that when these teachers are trained in the Ghana languages, the Ministry of Education, and this I'm calling on the minister to support us in this direction. Most of them are posted to other areas to teach other subjects instead of the Ghana language. Mr. Speaker, most parents and grandparents do not speak their mother tongue or mother languages with their children and their grandchildren. They tend to speak the English language. But I believe when children are brought up in their mother languages, it helps them to put together the structure of even the English language. And so I want to encourage parents and mothers out there to ensure that they speak their mother tongues with our children and our grandchildren. And I'm sure most of us here in the chamber are found wanting or will be found wanting in this direction, where when you go to homes, a parent can tell you that my child does not understand my local language, but instead understands solely the English language. As we celebrate the International Mother Tongue Day, I want to urge all of us that wherever you come from, speak your language with your child or your grandchildren. As a woman from the Dadekotopon constituency in the Greater Accra region, I wish to urge my Ghana people to ensure that we don't lose out on the Ghana language, but we should make sure that we teach our children and our grandchildren the Ghana language so that when it comes to where we have to speak the Ghana language, we will not be found wanting. And any other language, whichever region you are coming from, whichever town you are coming from, please let us ensure that we will speak our languages with our children and learn even other languages from Ghana. Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, on this day as we celebrate Mother Tongue Day, in Mambini or Dadekotopon, ke Greater Accra fen, min panye fire ke wo fen ke fe wo wiega. E fen he hu no je. E fen he no je. We are in Greater Accra, so I'll speak Ghana. E fen he no je hu ye Ghana. Ke akan no jibojio, fantan no jibojio, e wa no jibojio, o je not ejio. Ko obile awie o manwie mo. To wait that wherever you are coming from, speak your mother tongue with your children and your grandchildren. Thank you so much. No more
Yes, let me give the opportunity to the former Minister for Education, Honorable Dr. Yao Educhum.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I rise to add my voice to the statement made ably by our two colleagues regarding the International Day commemorating the mother tongue. Mr. Speaker, as a former Minister for Education, I'm deeply aware of this issue, the opportunities it represents, and the challenges we face as a nation. Mr. Speaker, as a member of Parliament, when I go to my villages, nobody is complaining about the fact that their children cannot speak their language. When I visit Bonkoko in Bosomchi constituency, children are speaking their languages fluently. They don't have any issue, no concern. On the other hand, when you meet colleagues and you visit the homes of colleagues and you attempt to say a word in the local language to their children, that is when you realize we have a challenge. Because the child will look at you and have no clue of what you are talking about. But I don't think it's intentional. There's no parent who doesn't want their children to speak their language. But we have a challenge in this country. The lack of policy on second language acquisition, English language acquisition, then triggers
this rush of parents sending their children to schools where they will only speak English, sending their children to private schools where the language of instruction will be English, because the mark of success of a student is measured by how well and eloquent they are in the English language. And how do you blame that parent? They are making investment in the future of their children. The language of instruction, if it's in English, is what they think will accelerate them and make their children do well academically. Mr. Speaker, when you go to countries like the United States of America, there's a policy that regulates English language acquisition for students who come from homes where the English is not the primary language. Students are assessed annually to see if they are proficient in the English language. So parents feel comfortable speaking to their children in their mother tongue, knowing that their children are not going to be shortchanged in the education system. But if you look at what is going on here, at the Ministry of Education, where we have encouraged the use of the mother tongue and actually the official policy, what we realized was that the children cannot do fractions by primary 3 because there was not enough vocabulary in their local languages to teach fractions. But if they were in a private school, primary 3, they will be able to do fractions. We have children who are walking into high schools where they don't speak any Ghanaian language, and they are Ghanaian children. We have students graduating from universities, they're going to practice as medical doctors, and they cannot speak a Ghanaian language to be able to have a conversation with a patient who cannot speak English. So in our middle class homes, there's a challenge. And unless we have an English language acquisition policy in our schools that can assure the parents that irrespective of the fact that your children is being taught in your local language, you can still master English. So there's no cause for alarm. Your child's future will not be at risk, given what the speaker spoke about. The two speakers eloquently stated the benefits of knowing a second language. The brain's development is enhanced. A number of benefits come when you can speak two languages. So, Mr. Speaker, as we commemorate this day and as we look for the way forward, I think our education system should look at English language acquisition policy where parents will be assured that even if your child is taught in your local, your mother tongue, up to primary 3, we can assure you that they will still master the English language and they will not be left behind. When that assurance is given and we have a well-thought-out policy for English language acquisition, then parents are going to be convinced that speaking their language, talking to their children in Ga, in Chi, is not something that will make them fall behind. Emrasebejen Chiame, Anope Medawase, so Mama Kwenya, Namitre Madrin, Ewo, Sa Ekwen so, Se Ghana for Nkwala, Ebeka Chi, Ebeka Ga, Ebeka Dagman, Ebeka Kasabia, na Brofu Kasa Monsono, Obi and Missy Womo, Ombetimi Akakasa no, Fefe, Medawase.
Thank you very much. Chereponi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to add my voice to the statement. Mr. Speaker, the problem with our, the reason why people are shying away from speaking the local language is because people in Africa and that of Ghana, we are mostly have the perception that somebody accurately speaking the English language is a measure of intelligence, which is not the case. People think because of inferiority complex, and they believe that once the child grows up and pick up and able to speak the language, the English, grammatically correct, that child is going to be a smart and intelligent child. In Ghana today, you go to schools And in the classroom, when children are speaking the local language, the teacher tends to discipline that child, saying it is a vernacular. It's not allowed. Only English here. These are the things that discourage our children from learning our mother tongue. We must do away with this kind of training from our homes, from our schools, and even in this chamber. When you interact with your colleagues and you try to learn he or her language, if you make a slight mistake, they tend to mock at you. But if you speak the English, the German, or French, you are considered as a very smart person. That is not acceptable at all. We must show that Africa and Ghana, we have our own language before the migration of the German, the French, the English to Africa. We might hold strongly to our dear language. You go to some families' homes, like the former Minister of Education said. When you greet them in their own language, they respond in English. When you try to interact with the kids in their own language, they respond in English. Meanwhile, the mother, the dad, they are from the same tribe, or they speak the same language, but they don't speak the Ghanaian language to the children because they want to make sure that the children go out and speak the big grammar so that they know that my child is attending this school or that school. So, Mr. Speaker, we must do well as Ghanaians, we must do well as Africans to ensure that our mother tongue, I speak Chekosi. I'm here today to represent the good people of Tripoli, and I really appreciate them for giving me the mandate to represent them here. And I want to stand here to say, Mbisama o, Nja o, Mbwa o. Benmedusu, ama fama bafe kamba dina fena ni ambere ne abwanzama. Deke kerebe kwasu Ghana nuna minu mofanku milan fabukasu. Etienika, wo kerba uba, ameshi anufa nyeni. Neshi pankoma nye, neshi bimoba nye, neshi Hausa. Mama ya ka nasara sanga kere. Nasara ni kia kwa shion. So ndamashi, thank you so much.
Honorable member, whatever you say, just say it in English for the Hansa to be able to capture.
Okay, just to summarize, what I said is that I appreciate the good people of Chereponi for giving me the mandate to represent them. I also entreated them to teach our kids the local language, which is Anufo, the Konkomba language, the Bimoba, the Hausa language, the Fulani language. These are the language, the indigenous language in my constituency. So I entreat them to let the kids learn that language. That is the mother tongue. That is who we are. We are not Europeans. We are not Germans. We are not Americans. We are Ghanaians. We must learn our language.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm looking at those who have not spoken. Yes, let me give it to for North Southwest. Honorable Dapa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Then again, I commend the makers of this statement. In fact, we being Ghanaians, we've taken it in such a way that there is a prestige attached to speaking of English, Dutch, and many languages overseas. Now here is the case. To me, it's neither here nor there. So I may encourage, especially all languages over 46 or so, or 80 plus, that we should embark on it, so at least wherever we stand, we can express ourselves in our local languages. And then based on Order 93, I won't talk for long. Well, I want to say, Mikrom, I have one Southwest for Yansu Yabeka Yechi, Bray Bedru Abrochimem, and Nasa or maybe a bedroom, ever we are self and Enina, Onyame, Onshiraye.
So, honorable member, just to allow the Hansa to capture what you just said, just briefly state that one in English.
I have one, Mikrom, I have one Southwest. Okay. I was just trying to greet the good people of Afuano Southwest constituency. Just to encourage them to speak the tree wherever they go. Even in America, Germany, France, wherever they found themselves, they should express the tree language.
Thank you very much. I believe a lot of people are desirous. Let me give it to North, or can I call North?
I will. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Let me add my voice to thank the maker of the statement and add that it's important that we teach our children how to speak the Ghanaian language first. Mr. Speaker, sometimes when you go to our schools, our kids are being forced to learn other local languages that they do not understand. I would want to encourage that in every region, the first language of the region should be compulsory for all the students to learn. Then if you want to learn any additional language, you can also add that to the curriculum, or you add that for the choice of the students to take up. I was born in Greater Accra region. If I was born in America, I would have said I'm an American citizen. But I was born in Greater Accra. My mother gave birth to 9 of us, of which I'm the 7th born. All of us were taught to speak our local dialects. I remember those times, my elder brother, who was frequently speaking Ga in the house. Each time my father was coming from the office, my father used to work with the University of Ghana. They would turn around and say, Numbu Mbaye. To which the old man is coming, it means we need to switch from Ga to our native language. My father got angry one day and then carried all of us to the north. Oh yes, that we should go and learn our local dialect before we come back. And so we did more than a year in Bolga. And today I can frequently speak my dialect. I can frequently speak Ga, which is my first native language that I learned. So wait, I speak good Ga because I was born in Greater Accra. But I did not stop at that. I also went further to learn the Frafra language. I come from Bolgatanga in the Upper East region. And so I speak Frafra a lot. It is discouraging for people who are supposed to know better. We sometimes sit on the airwaves and cast insinuations. Recently, our former information minister was heard on radio saying, MPs on this side cannot speak in parliament because we cannot express ourselves in the English language. This is an information minister. Who said that? This is somebody who was our information minister. She is my very good friend, and her statements were unfortunate. And so I'll plead that we should be the ones out there to chart the path for everybody to follow. When you go to places like Germany, even if they speak English, they'll force you to learn their language first. You cannot work with them unless you learn their language. People say they are racism. I think that it is the way to go. And so if you are in Ghana, you are a Ghanaian, you are from Bolga, you are from Greater Accra, students in Greater Accra are being forced to learn Twi instead of the Ghana language. And I think it's something we should all, we plead on our education minister to look at it for us. And before I take my seat, Mr. Speaker, Mbo Nsorozan Wabe Farafara. Mbo Kaikwe Nof Dumazan Wabe Farafara. Mbo Fafadumazan Wabe Farafara. Fafariye Tole to party to Komala Zamhe. To Zamhe Fafare. To party Baban Kama. To Yetola Zaya. To Minong to Yeto. Osanka Pal Hukoma Babure. Osanka Pal Babayeto. To wait, Mr. Speaker, let's teach our children to speak our dialect and speak it fluently, because it's only from the house that will tell them what is right. When they go out there and their colleagues, whatever they teach them is what they take. And so everyone here should make it a point to teach your kids. It's unfortunate that some members of parliament speak English with their children in the house. When you say, Sabi, Bama Agbebopo, Ameleno no Rio, somebody will come and say, let's go and I'll go and cut off your head. They don't know what you are saying. And so, please, I would like to thank the maker of the statement. Let's not just speak on the floor of Parliament. Let's take it out to our constituency and practices. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, I said 2-2, but I think I've gone beyond that. I'm taking last one, and it's going to be very brief. No, Doctor, you have spoken. Let me give it to Colonel Damoa. But please be brief.
Right, Honourable Speaker, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to also add my voice to the celebration of the Mother Language Day. I also want to commend the two makers of that statement to which we are making contributions. Mr. Speaker, I'm a Bono. My local dialect is Bono. And I'm happy to announce to this House that just last Tuesday, 18 February 2025, a Bono Tree project was launched in Sunyani. We have a Bono Man Institute, and attempts are being made to document and make it possible for pupils and students in Bono region to have Bono language as one of the languages used for exams and used for all purposes. They are trying to have Bono Bibles so that we can read in the Bono language. Now, the meeting at Sunyani last Tuesday had the theme language, our heritage and way of life. And the project entailed documentation, preservation, promotion, writing, and the use of the Bono language, as well as its adoption as a local language in the curriculum for schools in the Bono region. Now, very important dignitaries attended this project, and among them was the president of the Bishops' Conference of Ghana, the vice president of the Bono Regional House of Peace, representatives from the Bureau of Ghana Languages, the Bible Society of Ghana, and corporate organizations. And also, we had reps from the Ghana Education Service and the Ministry of Education. Our expectation is that the Bono language, even though it's similar to some other Akan languages, will
have its distinct recognition and will be used by pupils and students in Bono region. We've gone.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, as you allowed others to speak in their local dialect, the people of Bono, since I'm the Lone Ranger for MPP in Bono, will want to hear me speak Bono in this house. That is also one unfortunate thing. The be in Bono means they as a pronoun. So if you are not saying they, just as you cannot say I sees in English, you cannot say be when you mean one person, the singular. Be is plural, meaning they. So Bebe is not only Bonos who speak Be. Along the western frontier, we have the Nzemas, we have the Ayins, all of us, we speak Be, meaning they. Ndanyamia si sende dedue. Manya kwenya meka bono ewo Ghana Parliament. Ma bono fo nyina be temenka so you hear the Be. Low Ranger. Yeah, bompa say. Nsese abe ye say, ye nyina ye de bono kasa. Ebe sua de. Ye de aka ne Bible. Ne ye de aye niema wo ye school. Abusuafo ho wo bono mani ma ho wo sika ho wo afade a ho betima boa bi ye amfa ne ntoboa ne nimde na ye nhwe se ye kasa no ye ne beje ho ye de adijuma ama Ghana fo nyina ho se ampa ye so ye wo kasa bi. To wit, I'm appealing to all Bonos to be happy about the fact that now we are making deliberate conscious effort to have the Bono language recognized, documented, written, and used for all purposes in schools in Bono region, and then to also have the Bible written in the Bono language. Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Honourable members, let me give let me give it to the Minister for Education, who is actually in charge. Who is actually in charge for the training of our kids and the need for them to inculcate our mother tongue.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the statement ably made by the Honorable Frank Yeboah on International Mother Language Day, which falls on 21st February 2025, and to commend him for making a statement. And Mr. Speaker, to begin with, as I listen to the debate of honorable members, I'm sure Mr. Speaker is not out of reach that one of these days you have to declare on the floor of this House a local language day, and every member of Parliament must be compelled to speak and debate in his own mother language as part of our collective quest to encourage the use of local language. Mr. Speaker, the second is to appreciate that in Ghana, there is no policy shift. Policy mandates the use of local language as a medium of instruction from kindergarten to primary 3 before transition to English. The policy remains the same, but Mr. Speaker, there are difficulties. Apart from the Akan language, Ewe, Gaga, Dangbe, Gonja, Kasim, Dagari, and Dagbani, for many of the languages, there are only reading materials at the early grade. What the country needs is for our intellectuals to develop textbooks in local languages for its use in our basic education institutions. All the Ghanaian languages in Ghana have no textbooks. So if you say you want to encourage the teaching of a Ghanaian language, how are you going to do it? So, Mr. Speaker, we will, as government, be reviewing the curricula from pre-basic school to primary 6. And we inculcate in it, I just recently announced that even the teaching of ethics and integrity, so that young people grow to know that they have a responsibility to their country, they must grow to be responsible citizens, they must grow to love their country. we are discussing how ethics and integrity will become an essential part of the training of young people. But Mr. Speaker, the problem we have at the Ministry of Education, and particularly Ghana Education Service, is the lack of Ghanaian language textbooks. We should encourage persons in academia to want to write in those languages. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude with my broken tree. When I was Minister for Labor and Employment, there was a day Mochremen said that they were going to go on strike. So I went to the Kuala Lumpur mortuary to engage. Both doctors were in strike. So me call Drew Ho, I'll speak to you and I'll end in Dagbani. Me call Drew Ho no mo dwen say me titwi ana mo kasa me nti ase omo si wo Haruna obetime owrem ha mo kotia kai mo tue yie na o Haruna obetime owrem ayaresa bia see government Ebola body I carry, AIDS body I carry, look at my pay fio as we got to wit and Mochirma was sharing with me his plight as a Ghanaian worker. He said, Haruna, Ebola body I carry, AIDS body I carry. Look at my pay. It is not good enough. You work for government. Go and tell your government to pay as well. Little did he know that I could understand the particular language in which he was doing. Then in some other by-election, I saw some of our own colleagues speaking Twi and Ewe. They didn't know that my aide spoke fluent Ewe. But that one, I won't dare. Apart from Yahweh, so I can't risk anything again, Mr. Speaker. Also, Mr. Speaker, we should encourage the teaching of local languages. The socialization of a child is a shared responsibility between the parent and the teacher. So, Mr. Speaker, you can imagine a mother and a father. If you say the child should go and learn English, assuming the mother is illiterate, the father is illiterate, how is he going to begin learning English in school? Basic. So fundamental is that both teacher and parent need to work together for the upbringing of the child. And it necessarily must begin with the local language. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank him for bringing this UNESCO Day. And then also, I should commend the Honorable Jifa Gomasi on the occasion of International Mother's Language Day, together with our colleague. And then just to paraphrase her last paragraph, she says that the Bureau of Ghana Languages has taken commendable steps in publishing educational materials in 11 local languages. Mr. Speaker, there are several local languages in Ghana, more than 11. You cannot have the Bureau publish only 11 languages. And then to the Member of Parliament for Savulugu, we can speak some Dagbani now. Now they so now you samle. Dawa travel Chagwani and the Kowada she's bringing a good surprise on her. She knows what I'm saying. Thank you.
And thank you, my brother. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Haruna and his people. One of the things they used against me when I went into Savulu was that she can't speak English. Meanwhile, when we go on campaign platforms, we speak Dagbani. And in any case, my predecessor never spoke any proper English. So I'm surprised they used that against me. So, Honorable Haruna, nous sommes à Kati proposé que Beleche Katayar Dagman Lichi, so that our next parliament, Hajia Fatahia Abdulaziz, will be back here. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, you take the second statement, and the statement is coming, like I said, we have 3 more statements. The second one is coming from Honorable Member for Asen South. Honorable Reverend Intim Fojo. And the topic is about deportation of Ghanaian citizens in the United States. So, Honorable, you have the floor now. But before then, may I indulge you to grant me another 5 minutes suspension. Thank you very much for indulging me. Yes, Honorable Reverend Tim Fojo, you may read your statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to make a statement to address the alarming and deeply troubling deportation of the 156 Ghanaian immigrants from the United States. Since the beginning of 2025, we have witnessed an aggressive crackdown on undocumented immigrants, leading to the forced removal of thousands of immigrants in the United States, many of whom have lived in the United States for decades, built families, and contributed meaningfully to their communities. Mr. Speaker, what is most distressing about these deportations is not only their scale, but the inhumane treatment our citizens endure at United States detention centers before their forced removal. Stories in the news reports paint a grim picture of our fellow citizens subjected to degrading conditions, overcrowded and unsanitary holding facilities, shackles on their hands and feet, denial of legal representation, physical and verbal abuse, lack of medical care, and in many cases, outright violation of their fundamental human rights. Mr. Speaker, these Ghanaians, though facing deportation for various reasons, remain our brothers and sisters. We simply cannot turn a blind eye to their suffering. Mr. Speaker, the question before this House and the government is, what immediate diplomatic measures are being taken to ensure that the human rights of Ghanaian immigrants in the United States are protected? Our citizens deserve fair treatment, and it is imperative that our government demands accountability from the United States authorities regarding the treatment of deportees before their return. I urge the government through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to strengthen its diplomatic engagements to negotiate humane and appropriate deportation processes and ensure the basic human rights of our dear citizens are not trampled upon. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, we must address the urgent issue of reintegration. Many deportees arrive in Ghana with no resources, no jobs, no clear path forward. Some have spent most of their lives in the United States of America and would struggle to integrate back into Ghanaian society without support. It is therefore crucial that the government, through the Ministry of Labor, Jobs and Employment, establish structured reintegration programs, including job placement initiatives, skills training, and mental health and psychosocial support for the returnees. We must ensure that they are not left to suffer in silence. Mr. Speaker, due to various factors, including economic hardships at home, many of our citizens have undertaken high-risk and precarious migration in search of better opportunities abroad. Therefore, addressing unemployment and expanding economic prospects is crucial in curbing the number of Ghanaians turning to irregular migration. Government institutions, particularly the Youth Employment Agency, must take decisive action to combat unemployment by creating sustainable job opportunities and offering skills development programs. Even more productive will be for the government to support and incentivize the private sector to create more jobs for the youth. Mr. Speaker, one of the most heartbreaking consequences of this deportation is family separation. Parents are ripped away from their children, spouses are left in limbo, uncertain about their future, and families are torn apart without any clear pathway nor hope to reunification. Many families have been shattered by these mass deportations. with parents separated from their children and spouses left stranded. I strongly urge the government to work through our embassies in the United States to facilitate family reunification processes, ensuring that those affected have a clear legal pathway to reconnect with their loved ones. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I propose that the government instructs our embassies in the United States to fast-track passport processing for undocumented Ghanaian immigrants who wish to regularize their status or make informed decisions about their future before deportation becomes their only option. A proactive approach could prevent further suffering and allow those affected to navigate their immigration challenges with dignity. Now more than ever, it is imperative for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to lead the charge with alacrity in providing extensive consular services for Ghanaians living abroad, especially in the United States, while deepening bilateral engagement with USA in relation to modalities of deportation. As I conclude, Mr. Speaker, we cannot remain silent while our citizens are treated unjustly abroad and left helpless upon their return. It is our responsibility as a nation to stand for the dignity and rights of all Ghanaians, no matter where they reside. I urge this House and the government to take immediate action to address this pressing issue. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, we are going to invite two from each side. And yes, Honourable Member for Swami.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity to comment on the statement by my brother, Honorable Intim Fojo. Mr. Speaker, listening to him, one of the things you come up with is that these deportees will be brought to Ghana. But if you follow the American news cycle, you will realize that the deportees are not all of them are being brought to the country. Indeed, Marco Rubio, who is the Secretary of State, has informed the United States that Panama and El Salvador have accepted to receive deportees from all nationalities into their country. And, Mr. Speaker, when you follow the news article, you will see that El Salvador received these deportees into one of their notorious prisons. And the conditions in these prisons are so bad, they are not good for human beings to live in. These are the places where the deportees are being sent to. You also realize that when the deportees are being sent outside the United States, we've seen news cycles which show that they are put in military planes without even proper seats. And so they travel under very extreme and inhumane manner. It tells you that the United States has changed. I believe that the USA, which used to be the promoter of human rights, has changed its policy because of the kind of immigration policy that is being enforced right now. Mr. Speaker, for me, I believe that the reason why people go over to America and these European countries is to seek for greener pastures. These days, we don't have political asylum seekers out of our country any longer. Indeed, if you go out there as a political asylum seeker from Ghana, you will not be accepted. So it tells you where we have come as a country. The only reason why people travel out of the country is because they are seeking to better their lives. And Mr. Speaker, it means for us as a country, we need to do better to provide jobs and job opportunities for the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, I will not be able to end this statement without also advising our people who have traveled outside the country, especially in the United States,
to also take care of themselves and be law-abiding. Because one of the fastest ways to get arrested and be brought down is when you commit an offense. In the US, police will not be able to stop you without a just cause. So when you are driving a vehicle, you need to ensure that you have everything on the car number, everything, the lights, everything is working properly. Without a just cause, a police officer in the United States will not be able to stop you. So let's be law-abiding when we move from our country to live in places like America. If we do that, I believe that the rate of deportation will be low. And so on that, Mr. Speaker, I thank the maker of the statement, and thank you for giving me the opportunity. I yield the floor.
Thank you very much. Let me, yes, Chair Pone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to add my voice to the statement. I've lived in America before, and I know how the system works. I'm very sure they know what they are doing. All that we can say is that we must live, our citizens in America must always carry along with them the right document wherever they are going. I have friends there, I have families there, and I'm always in chat with them. I believe that they are law-abiding Ghanaians. The Ghanaian community in America and anywhere in the world, we are always law-abiding citizens. We represent the state, the country at the highest level in terms of discipline, in terms of moral right, in terms of our behavior and attitude towards our neighbors. So I believe that the Trump administration knows exactly the wealth of Ghanaians. If you go to America today, you will find Ghanaians in every offices. You will find Ghanaians in the hospital. You will find Ghanaians working very hard in the grocery stores. And we serve to the best of our ability wherever we are. So I believe that the policy that the American government is presently or currently executing, America, they are mostly inward. Mostly. They consider what is the best for them. What is the best for them? And Ghanaians, we also understand and know very well that wherever we represent ourselves, we live in the right behavior. So I believe that Ghanaian citizens in America, we must always carry our right documents wherever we find ourselves in order to avoid any litigation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Let me, at least we have one of our own who used to be an ambassador, a diplomat. So, honorable diplomat, yes, let's hear you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to associate myself with the statement made by the good Reverend. Mr. Speaker, it's true that when people are arrested, especially in the United States, they are subjected to some inhumane conditions. I remember when I used to work at the Foreign Ministry, where we've had times to complain about deportees being chained on flights from the United States to Accra. People, Ghanaians, will be chained and then not even allowed to even go and pee on flights. I think that it's high time we look at this issue and see what can be done about it. At the embassies, oftentimes when Ghanaians are arrested for violating immigration conditions in the States, they don't even inform the embassies. You only get to know when the American authorities come for travel certificates, to aid the deportation of these detainees. Other than that, officials will not even know. So I think that we have to take this matter seriously with the embassy here in Accra. And then the foreign minister must also engage his counterpart in the United States. Mr. Speaker, luckily for us, I think that we have the topmost envoy to United States name yet to be mentioned by the president. We are yet to hear who is going to represent our interest in the United States as ambassador. I'm pleading with Mr. President to get somebody who has the network within the top echelons of the conservative establishment in the United States. It shouldn't be appointments as usual, where you have a former, say, top official of a party, representing the interest, because under this era of gunboat diplomacy of Trump, we need people who have the networks, people who can engage the Trump administration to get our bit of the national cake of America. And if we succeed in doing this, I think, Mr. Speaker, it will help us a long way. Again, I would also want to talk about the consular fund that's yet to be established. The foreign minister, when he appeared before the appointment committee, did say that this year he's hopeful that the finance minister will allocate some funds to this fund. It will be very, very, very good if this is done. Mr. Speaker, at the embassies, oftentimes when Ghanaians are subjected to these deportation orders, officials would have to sit down. If I say official, officers of the embassy, we normally sit down. Then we do lala su lala. I go around when I was the High Commissioner in South Africa. I called my officers, please, let's contribute, because we contribute to buy the tickets of deportees who are brought home. And you know the meager salaries that we take abroad. So, Mr. Speaker, it's good that this consular fund is being brought into fruition, and we expect that the finance minister will put in some huge amount of cash into this fund, so that when deportees are subject to deportation, we are able to buy their tickets, able to help them, come home safely. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you and also thank again the maker of that statement.
Okay, last one. Yes.
Mr. Speaker.
Kintampo South.
Thank you for the opportunity to contribute the statement made by our Reverend. Mr. Speaker, before I continue, I want to make point of correction, because this is House of Record. I think before they deport anybody from abroad, before they handcuff the person, it's when the person has done something bad, criminal. Most of the time, when you are deported, it's not about you are deported and they will put handcuffs and stuff on your this thing. But Mr. Speaker, the most important thing is that when something happens to you outside the country, it's not even easy for you to get somebody from the embassies. Something will happen, you will call the embassy, because that's happened to me before. I lost my whole bag in America 2019. I was member of parliament. Lucky that I was, because then Honorable Adwa Safo was in America then. So he happened to be with the ambassador then they have to make another passport for me to come to Ghana. So most of our friends and family outside, it's not that they don't want to call them. You will call the office, and then the way the person would even respond to you sometimes is very sad. And imagine being outside and something has happened to you. Mr. Speaker, these are some of the things that we pray that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, which I know he's going to do it, that he will start this apprenticeship program, because we have a lot of people that go to Libya. Yes, we have a lot of people that they go through the deserts, go to Libya. My constituency, that is why this apprenticeship program is very, very good. Now they will go to Libya and come back. You see that they are mason, they are terrazzo, what have you, and they are very good the way they lay their blocks. So yeah, construction. So if this 24-hour economy and apprenticeship program, since we all know, so we are going to give them a technical, yes, just for them to learn. Then they will sit in their country and work, so that they will pay their taxes. So, Mr. Speaker, and you see, November, just November, somebody was appointed. I don't even know whether it was November or December in Atlanta's office. I don't know, Ambassador, maybe I stand for correction. Then imagine that time the person was appointed. Mr. Speaker, that office, let something happen to you in Atlanta, because I'm a witness, and call if somebody will pick up the phone. So I pray that our new minister, the foreign minister that we know, Honorable Okujeto Ablakwa, which we know very well that he's very good, he will change things at the embassy so that our people there will reset, and then our people there to have people that to call them when they are in trouble. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Let me come to Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, I'm privileged to have chaired the Foreign Affairs Committee of Parliament once upon a time. And my ranking, interestingly then, was now Minister for Foreign Affairs, the Honorable Ablakwa. We can't pretend about this matter. It's something that has been wandering and bothering our minds. I have been particularly worried about it because we've seen footage of, I won't say Ghanaians because I'm unable to confirm their identity, but we've seen footage of our fellow human beings, Africans, being put in chains and being deported to our country. So suffice it to say that we have international protocols on such undertakings. And hence, where countries have shown commitment to such protocols, countries in partnership cannot decide to do otherwise. And I couldn't have agreed more with my colleague when he says the USA are respected for human rights, respect for human rights, respect for the dignity of human beings and all that. What is happening is not right. And we cannot pretend about it. I think by this time, we shouldn't even be at the instance of we members of parliament. The foreign minister should be in this house to tell us. In terms of giving us situational report, what the situation is. Nobody is saying he has caused it. No. Deportation is not the first time this is happening, but the circumstance under which it is going on is totally unacceptable. And it frowns on human dignity. So I think we must take interest in this. I would have wished that our Committee on Foreign Affairs goes into that, invite the minister, and then come and apprise us accordingly. We, as the representative of the people, must know what is happening. How many Ghanaians have been deported so far? What is the situation? We write on international media that Ghanaians cannot even go to churches. People cannot go to church, they cannot go about their social work and all that. It's a problem. And I would have wished that, I know, we'll grant the government the benefit of the doubt, because I know under the 24-hour economy, you will be able to encourage Ghanaians to move from the US of A and come to Ghana because you are going to create more jobs. You are going to create more jobs. I'll come to that. So we'll give you some time. Set the tone, create jobs, let Ghanaians move. Because all the people outside will be more willing to relocate and come and support the building of our country. Many of our compatriots who are outside wants to come to this country and help in the building of our country, especially on your call of 24-hour economy. Speaker, I want to limit myself to the terms of the statement and not to generate any debate. However, if at one instance You are displaying a 24-hour economy.
Honorable
And you are
member,
telling us...
Honorable leader, please, you said it rightly. Please don't let us degenerate into politics.
Speaker,
because this is a very sensitive,
Speaker,
and I don't want us to.
Speaker, I'll draw the curtains. If it is the case that they are afraid of their own 24-hour economy, that's fine.
No, leader.
Because
leader.
I wanted to put matters in context.
Leader, this is a statement, please.
So,
let's restrain from that, and I beg of you, please.
Speaker, you know I respect you, I respect the rules, but fact must be told. Now that you have cautioned that I should stay away from 24-hour economy, and they themselves are afraid of their 24-hour economy, that's fine, I will stay away. But let it be put on record, Speaker, let it be put on record that on this day, my colleagues, my respected colleagues in the majority, are shying away from the 24-hour economy, and they are saying I shouldn't go there. That's fine, I won't go there. Speaker, let me rather conclude that it's a matter we don't have to politicize. Our own Ghanaians, compatriots are outside. You never know, it could be your family relation. It could be somebody dear to you. Speaker, we cannot wish this matter away. I want to pray your consequential directives. Because we don't have our committees, Speaker, the foreign minister should be programmed, should be duly programmed, and thankfully he's one of our own. He should be programmed to come to this house and let us know what the situation is. Give us some situational report. How many Ghanaians have been deported so far? What is the situation? What is the capacity of our embassies outside to be able to contain the situation? Speaker, we cannot wish this matter away. And I'll be very glad if, per your wisdom, we program the minister next week. We have Tuesday is free. We are told His Excellency the President will be in the House on Thursday. So we have Tuesday, we have Wednesday. Between one of these days, he could be programmed, or even Friday, for the minister to come and address this sensitive matter. At least Ghanaians should know that something is being done. And the minister, we can't invite anybody than the sector minister to come and apprise us. And then we'll be able to, Ghanaians will be able to know what the situation is. But as for the 24-hour economy, we have to be proud about it. Hold on to
leader.
It and be proud about it.
Leader.
Speaker.
Yes, majority leader.
Speaker, Speaker, I thank you. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sometimes I am careful when commenting on matters like this. What is the background? We must always be guided by the facts. The fact is that some people living in their country have laws about how you enter their country and how you stay in their country. We go into their country and we either go in clear violation of the laws, or we try to stay in the country in clear violation of the laws. They decide to enforce their laws, and then we are at the receiving end of their desire to enforce their laws. And so when you are discussing a matter like that, you are a bit careful, because you cannot be too much against somebody who is insisting on enforcing the laws of his country. And yet we have a duty at all times, no matter what happens, to protect our compatriots wherever they may find themselves. And that is why I join colleagues in calling on our missions abroad, especially in the US, given that they know around this time the US government has taken a decision to enforce its immigration laws, and many of our compatriots may be at the receiving end and may be deported, that they should extend to them their basic rights as citizens of our country, which is that they must be available to extend whatever support that our citizens may need in order that they may not be treated inhumanely. And I join colleagues here to urge our foreign missions to be very responsive, especially around this time. But, Mr. Speaker, we as a country, we owe them a duty, not just because they are compatriots, but their presence there over the decades have contributed to our welfare back here. Because if you look at the statistics and the revenues that come to our country, remittances is one major source of foreign exchange that comes into this economy. And so they have been contributing to the development of our economy. And so I urge our side here that when they are afflicted with such circumstances and they return home, we must have a buffer for them. We must make provision to receive them, and we must make arrangements to help them to reintegrate into our society. And I think that the Minister for Foreign Affairs will be up and doing in putting in place infrastructure for doing that. But, Mr. Speaker, we're all just looking at the symptoms of a problem and failing to address the underlying cause of the problem, which is what I think the Minority Chief Whip alluded to. Why do our people walk across the Sahara, risk the Mediterranean just to cross into Europe? Why will they risk the Atlantic, cross into South America, and walk across the desert through Brazil into America, the United States of America? Mr. Speaker, the underlying issues remain poverty, lack of economic opportunities, bad governance, conflict on our continent, and these are the underlying issues that we must address, so that when they want to travel to any of those countries, they go there just as tourists or even as investors, as we now see from Asia into North America and into Europe. So those of us in this chamber and the political class, instead of lamenting about the decision of America to enforce their laws and the treatment that they may mete out to our citizens, let's be sitting up and looking at the fundamental issues, the underlying causes, the root causes, which is the way that we have mismanaged our countries, the way that we have misgoverned our countries, the way that we have wasted our resources, the corruption that leads to enormous loss of revenues to our states, our inability to create the best healthcare system for our people, our inability to provide our people with the best skills so that they can compete. America needs skilled labor. Europe needs skilled labor. And if we just train our people well, and they were the most skilled, they will be sitting here and America will look for them. They will be sitting here and Europe will be beckoning them to come over. The whole idea of, green cards and etc., they are just all mechanisms for bringing in, certain categories of labor. And people who have green card and are living there don't get treated the way that, these deportees are being treated. And so we need to take serious the commitments that the NDC has made in the manifesto to try and build the skills of the youth. Mr. Speaker, it is the way forward. It is the way forward that we invest in human resource development. We invest in skills. When our youth are skillful,
Leader, you're also going there.
Mr. Speaker,
you're also going there.
We are dealing with the underlying issues of immigration and migration and what we should do to deal with. I really had no objection with him, providing such guidance. I had no objection. I think
you had no objection. I had no objection.
No, Mr. Speaker.
And
anytime
equally also have a problem.
Anytime he mentioned 24-hour economy, the reason why you heard some response from this side was that they were excited that he was in love with 24-hour economy. that he is the person engaged in advocacy of 24-hour economy. That was why we were responding, not that we are objecting to him mentioning 24-hour economy. Indeed, we are happy when friends on the other side show that they accept the policy of 24-hour economy, the way that Ghanaians accepted and voted for NDC massively. Mr. Speaker, I think that as a political class, we owe it a duty to all those young people who have died in the Mediterranean, all those young people
who have died walking across the Sahara Desert, all those young people who have been victims of rape, of arson, of killings in South America, trying to walk into the United States of America. We owe them a duty to sit up and start running our countries properly. Start creating real opportunities. Start building their skills. Start making the best use of our resources to create economic opportunities for them. If we did this, I'm not saying there will never be migration, but if we did this, we will significantly minimize it. And when there are immigration enforcement measures in the US, we will not be having sleepless nights about our family members being deported, because they will not be the targets. And this does not just apply to Ghana. Mr. Speaker, I've been a member of the ECOWAS Parliament, and this is a major issue for the sub-region. How we can ensure that we minimize conflict, because conflict is one of the reasons why many of our populations are compelled to migrate. They migrate within West Africa, and some migrate across the oceans. Unless we fix our countries and deal with conflict, we will not easily deal with the problem of migration. Mr. Speaker, let me join colleagues to commend the maker of the statement for drawing our attention to this situation, and to join them to urge our Minister for Foreign Affairs to put in place adequate measures to support our compatriots who may be victims of deportation by the United States. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, on that note, I will invite the minister responsible for foreign affairs to come to the House on Friday, a week today, to at least.
Mr. Speaker, you said Minister for Foreign Affairs. Minister for Foreign Affairs. So you can ask that we check and find his availability and bring him to this House. Because Minister of Foreign, his job is to go foreign. So he might not be available on Friday.
Anyway, let's get the information to him. If he's not available, you let us know. Leader, please just carry the message to him that if he'll be kind enough to be in the House on Friday to at least brief the House. If there's something that will restrain him, he will let you know, then you let the House. I think it's okay. Let's move on. Let's move on, Leader.
Speaker, we have a duty to help you navigate properly. And we must also put on record that his duty as a minister is to Ghanaians. Of course, we agree that the portfolio is foreign affairs. Speaker, let it be on record that it is this House that normally invites ministers. It's not the other way around. The ministers will say that as and when I'm available. It cannot be the case.
Leader, we've gone past it.
Speaker, your directive should be that the minister should come on Friday. That is your directive. And the respected
minority leader, I think
Speaker, that is your directive. That he should be coming on Friday. Friday, we need the minister here. And the majority leader also speaks in support. I'm out of order.
Speaker, I'm just saying that this particular minister is the Minister for Foreign Affairs. The Minister for Foreign Affairs. His duty is to represent us at international conferences, at AU meetings, UN meetings, all other international events. So I'm just cautioning that we should not fix a particular date. Let us consult him, get his availability, and then communicate to the House. But to just say that he has to come on Friday, if he's not in the country on Friday, we'll be forced to come and tell him he's not available on Friday. So this is just, I won't say that in relation to the Minister for Interior. I won't say that in relation to the Minister for Defense. But for the Minister of Foreign Affairs, please, let's not be rigid about it and make it subject to his availability. Mr. Speaker, you know that this is somebody who likes to attend this House. So ordinarily, if he's in the country, he would love to come here. He's one of our very punctual members of Parliament. So please, let's not create an impression that ministers don't want to come to this House.
Leader, please,
Speaker, I plead with you. I plead with you. I represent my people. This is the minority. You see, Speaker, we shouldn't. Speaker, we shouldn't set that precedent.
Are you sure?
Speaker, with respect, we shouldn't set that precedent. Over the years, the practice has been, Speaker, communication and directives from you go to the ministry. Where they have difficulty, they write to the House. So, Speaker, let it be as you have directed.
So that is so.
Yeah, that is it.
So that's what I've said.
Exactly.
I said Friday.
It should remain like that.
So
if he has difficulty, he should get back to us.
That's fine. So the second statement or the third statement is a statement from the constituency of the Speaker as Nadoli Kalio constituency, and this statement is put up by Honorable Anthony Suma. Yes, on the need for a legal and regulatory framework on human organ and tissue donation and transplantation in Ghana. Yes, Honorable Member, you have the floor now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to make this statement in an effort to underscore the need for a legal framework to regulate human organ and tissue donation and transplantation in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, in recent time, there have been numerous calls from various stakeholders, including the media, especially Ghana Web, health professionals, as well as health institutions, on the need for a legislation to guide the harvest, storage, and transplantation of human organ and tissues. Mr. Speaker, these concerns reached a summit only a few months ago following the increase in the cost of dialysis for patients patronizing the renal unit of the hospital, Kolebu Teaching Hospital, and the associated controversies that ensued. Mr. Speaker, the justification for this proposal cannot be overemphasized. Fundamentally, it will facilitate and streamline the availability and the provision of this life-saving medical intervention. The matter in question has gained currency to the extent that it has become a subject of the UN General Assembly and the World Health Organization resolutions. Mr. Speaker, the proposal for legislative enactment is further necessitated by the following. 1. Globally, only 10% of tissue and organ transplantation needs are met, while the need in the African region, including Ghana, is largely unknown, though it may point to a worse situation. The epidemiological trend is quite alarming, with unofficial records suggesting that 13% of Ghanaians have one form of a kidney challenge, while over 1,000 persons are undergoing dialysis. The extent of the problem could be worse, as there exists no effective system to diagnose kidney and kidney-related diseases beyond the urban centers such as Accra and Kumasi. Thirdly, the incidence and prevalence of human organ trafficking and transplant tourism in the African region, including Ghana, equally require adequate measures to overcome. The availability and capacity in terms of skill set and medical expertise to conduct the services, but hindered by the lack of enabling framework, is yet another justification. Mr. Speaker, organ transplantation is a high-value medical treatment, which is a life-saving option to patients with end-stage organ failure. It improves the quality of life by restoring organ function and eliminating debilitating conditions associated with chronic organ failure, such as poor mobility, depression, and infertility. It therefore presents a more useful intervention compared to dialysis in perpetuity. Mr. Speaker, facilitating organ donation and transplantation will contribute to significant cost saving for both patients and the health system as a whole, because between 600 and 1,200 Ghana cedis is spent on a session of dialysis, while it will cost the National Health Insurance Authority a sum of about 2.3 million Ghana cedis annually to cater for the dialysis services for persons below 18 years and above 60 years annually. Comparatively, a one-off transplant provides long-run cost saving together with accidental benefits of enabling reintegration with the family, employment, and educational opportunities. The excessive cost of procuring a kidney transplant outside this country, estimated at about $250,000, particularly in Asia, compared to having it conducted in Ghana, and the preliminary estimates put it at $21,000, also provides an additional impetus for the need to facilitate the provision of these medical services domestically. Mr. Speaker, the statute, if enacted, will make provisions for a council, transplant centers, cell banks, and prohibit dealings in human organs, commercial dealings in human organs, tissues, and cells. It will provide a system for equitable access to transplantation service across the country. It will also make it an offense for illegal dealings in human organs, tissues, and cells. Mr. Speaker, it also protects the integrity, dignity, identity, and guarantee the fundamental rights and freedoms regards to the donation and transplantation of human organs and tissues and cells. Mr. Speaker, it is important to call on the relevant stakeholders, particularly the Ministry of Health, to take necessary steps to facilitate the enactment of the legislation. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, this House can equally activate its processes in support of this call. Finally, I wish to call on all stakeholders to play their respective roles to ensure that the passage of this legislation on the subject matter takes effect. Right Honourable Speaker, I wish to thank you once again for granting me the opportunity to bring this important matter to the attention of this august House and the country at large. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, this is a very important statement, but I'm compelled to take one because we have another statement, and I believe all of us are tied. So let me go to the pharmacist and educationist, Dr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. And I would like to commend the maker of statement, the Honourable Member of Parliament for Nadoli Kalio constituency, on the need for a legal and regulatory framework on human organ and tissue donation and transplant. Mr. Speaker, most of the time when we talk about organ transplant, everybody's mind turns to kidney. We forget about the heart, we forget about the liver, we forget about pancreas, and most of the time we even forget about the intestines and the lungs. Mr. Speaker, in order to govern and ensure that we have an ethical practice as far as organ and tissue transplant is concerned, it's very critical that we as a country have such a law in place. A typical example we want to look at in the United States, they have what we call the National Organ Transplant Act that prohibits and regulates the organ transplant and how it gets to another patient. They also have, in addition, what we call the Uniform Anatomical Gift Act that also regulates how people can give their organs to people. Mr. Speaker, it's quite unfortunate that we in Ghana still don't have such a law in place, because you know what happens. You know what happens is that there are different approaches. Most countries may want to look at presumed consent. Some countries may look at what we call the informed consent, and some countries may look at what we call the required request system. Mr. Speaker, because we don't have any legal system in place, people are able to do whatever they want, disregarding the risks that comes along with transplant. But if we should have this law in place, Mr. Speaker, what it's going to do is going to help. Any one of us could be at an end stage issue where we may need an organ transplant. But because we don't have a legal system in place, we don't have a system that we can be able to locate. We don't have a system that will be able to identify how many people that are in need of transplant and how many people that are ready to donate their organs for transplant. Because such countries that have such laws in place, people are able to either go under the presumed organ transplant system or the consent system. In that case, people can decide when they are going for their driver's licenses, they can decide to voluntarily donate one part of their organ when they should pass on, or they can give that permission to their relative to be able to do that. So it's very critical that we have such a thing in place. Then, of course, because we also don't have an act in place, a country like the United States right now is talking about over 104,000 people who are on the waiting list to receive one organ or the other for transplant. But because we don't have it in place, we are not able to justify who should be fairly given a transplant or an organ, because we don't have this law. So it's very critical that we should have this act in place. In that case, when any of us should be in need of an organ, or the ordinary man in a small village in my constituency, like Brahuma, needs an organ transplant, they will be treated fairly, because when you need an organ, we are all human beings and we have to be treated fairly. So it's very critical that we have this organ donation legal framework in place. Mr. Speaker, one other thing that could also help us, when you get to do with organ transplant, there are a whole lot of risks that goes with organ transplant. And because we don't have a legal framework guiding organ transplant, we realize that people go through crude means to be able to either acquire organs or to be given organs. But if we have this thing in place, it will be able to help curb what we call the surgical risks that comes with organ transplant. And many a times, these surgical risks are taken for granted. But whilst we are trying to solve a problem, this ends up giving us another problem. And most people tend to bleed to death. Most people tend to get infections whilst going through this transplant. And most people tend to have problems, what we call complication that comes alongside with anesthesia. So, Mr. Speaker, looking at all the risks that are involved, the fact that people could voluntarily donate their organs, the fact that people could be treated fairly to receive an organ, and the fact that we can, as a country, we can make resources available, and we can also train people to have the capacity to be able to go through a proper transplant processes. We need to have this framework in place so that this country can make some budget available and can also make sure when our people should receive it, they can be treated fairly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Yes, Dr. Sandari, yes.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I want to commend the maker of the statement, the honorable member for Nadoli Kaleo constituency, for his statement on the need for a legal and regulatory framework on human organ and tissue donation and transplantation in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member has done a very good work. This is one of the very important statements in this House, and he has demonstrated his competencies, as an expert in health policy. He has identified one of the gaps in our health system, the absence of legal framework to deal with this very important area, and he has provided the justification, and some of the areas that will guide formulation of a legislation and legal framework in this area. Mr. Speaker, he has advanced, the need where more than 10% of need in Africa in this very important area. And we can go to special centers. For instance, if we take the fertility centers, you visit a fertility center and you would understand the need for women and men, struggling and doing everything possible to get a child. Many of these centers are filler, but there's really no that legal framework or legislation to guide. In this country now, we have specialist centers that can do liver transplant, do kidney transplant, but we need some legal framework to ensure that things are done according to law and that the rights of people who donate and people who receive these tissues or organs are respected. Recently, there's been an issue of dialysis for kidney failure patients. But one other area is kidney transplant. Because if you are able to get a kidney from a donor, you live longer. But for dialysis, you have to struggle for so many sessions, only God knows for how long you live. So all these justify that there's a need to look at this area and ensure that we have a legal framework that guides many of these specialist centers that we have in this country, because technology, medical technology has advanced, and therefore our laws must also be advanced to accompany this advancement in medical technology. So I support the maker of the statement, and Mr. Speaker, I will also appeal that you can refer this statement to the Ministry of Health to study it and have a look at it, that will guide us to ensure that we develop a legal framework in this particular area. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. I think this is a very important statement because I've also come across some of the medical personnel commenting on this, that Parliament should legislate on these matters. So I think consequently I will refer this particular statement to the Minister responsible for health to actually look into it and see if legislation can be crafted into this particular matter. Honourable members, we are left with the last statement. And that statement is coming from Honourable Member for Akwetia, Honourable Ernest Kumi. And it is about enforcement and responsible mining practices. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, this House needs to be careful. Mr. Speaker, if you look at our Constitution, Article 127, Mr. Speaker, if you have a copy of your Constitution, let's look at it together. The Speaker, 127 talks about the independence of the judiciary. 1272 says that neither the President, nor Parliament, nor any person acting under the authority of the President or Parliament, nor any other person whatsoever shall interfere with judges or judicial officers or other persons exercising judicial power in the exercise of their judicial functions,
and all organs and agencies of the state shall accord to the courts such assistance as the courts may reasonably require to protect the independence, dignity, and effectiveness of the courts subject to this Constitution. Mr. Speaker, if you look at our standing orders, it is also clear on your functions and your responsibilities as a Speaker. Let's go to Order 20. Mr. Speaker, Order 20 is clear that the Speaker shall uphold the honor, dignity, and sanctity of the House. Mr. Speaker, the maker of the statement has been convicted by a High Court. Convicted by a High Court. I have read it in the papers. I have read it on social media. And he wants to come and stand in this chamber and make statements so that this House will be telling the courts that it doesn't matter what you do. Mr. Speaker, it doesn't uphold the dignity and honor of this House. It doesn't uphold the dignity and honor of this House. That he has been convicted by the courts, and indeed, the basis of his conviction is a conduct in this chamber. The basis of his conviction is the conduct in this chamber. When he was cautioned that if he insisted and had himself sworn in as a member of parliament in the face of a restraining order by a court, if the court came after him, he will be accountable alone. We will not be part of it. This was made very clear in this chamber. And he took it upon himself to take the risk. And then he was ready to take responsibility for his conduct. Mr. Speaker, it's time for him to go and account for his conduct. But to come and stand in this chamber and we will all participate in sitting here and listening to him make a statement as if the courts are nothing. Mr. Speaker, I'm not ready to be part of it. So I have strong objections to him reading a statement in this chamber because the courts have convicted him. He should go and appeal against the conviction, have it set aside, and come back. And we have a duty as a House to uphold the dignity, the integrity, and the respect of our courts and the rule of law. He is aware. Your leader on several occasions told the Speaker that even if he was not served, once he became aware of a decision of the court, the Speaker must act on the basis of becoming aware. So it's not a question of whether he has been served. He is aware that the courts have convicted him. He is aware that the courts have convicted him. And he wants to come and stand in this chamber and make a statement. I cautioned. I said, don't do that. Don't make a statement. So, Mr. Speaker, we have strong objections.
Yes, Minority Leader. I'm a Minority Chief Whip.
Let me allow my colleague.
Afterwards, you wouldn't comment, please. This is not a matter of debate. I'm giving the opportunity to you because you are a leader.
Speaker, first of all,
once you yield it.
Speaker, this is a subject matter which is very important as legal jurisprudence of our parliamentary democracy, and also in respect of separation of powers. It's important, Speaker, we educate ourselves on this matter. And Speaker, I will defer to you. If it is the case that when he speaks, I will not speak, so be it. But I thought that he, being an industry person, we should hear his side or what input he can bring to the matter at table, and then we can conclude on it.
What I'm saying is,
Speaker, with greatest respect to our colleagues, when the leader was speaking, we all paid attention and listened to him in silence. Why can't you listen to our side in silence? Why? Or the parliament of this republic is one-sided? Is this parliament only one-sided? It's not right. Anytime we are on our speak, you want to interfere. Why? When the leader was speaking, we listened to him. You have to stop this. It doesn't help. Speaker, my point is, please, the greatest of respect, and I'm saying this because we were at conclave, we engaged on same subject matter, and Speaker, you decided to admit the statement. You were not under duress. Speaker, you exercised your powers to admit, and the admission of statement is in the bosom of the Speaker. So the Speaker has admitted a statement, and upon hindsight, some concerns comes up. We all have to bear patience and listen. Speaker, on this note, I pray you that we listen to our colleague. When he's done, and you find it needful to listen to me, so be it. Otherwise, we can proceed.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker.
Allow. Stand tall. Stand tall.
You wish you could also stand.
Stand tall.
You wish you could also stand.
Stand tall.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I am also very grateful to the
Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I'm also very grateful to the Minority Chief Whip. I am also very grateful.
Honourable members, why?
Mr. Speaker.
Keep quiet.
Mr. Speaker, I am also very
I
grateful.
have asked him to speak on behalf of the leadership. So afterwards.
Mr. Speaker, I am also very grateful to the Minority Chief Whip, who is keen on seeing to the development of his first-timers. Minority Chief Whip, may you live long. Mr. Speaker, it is important we emphasize that the principle of separation of powers does not mean that Parliament is inferior to the judiciary. It is very important. The protection which is given by the Constitution, in the same token, hey, you are saying that the African wear is improper dressing. Hey, Mr. Speaker, in the same token, the Constitution also protects parliamentarians. The same token, the Constitution also protects parliamentarians. Mr. Speaker, when you look at Article 117 of the 1992 Constitution, is one of the means by which the Constitution protects parliamentarians. Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, if I may read, civil or criminal processes coming from any court or place not of Parliament shall not be served or executed in relation to the Speaker or a member or the clerk to Parliament while he is or on his way to attending or returning from or any proceedings of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, the standing orders, Mr. Speaker, even does the job. Starting from Order 25, which is titled Matters Relating to Criminal Processes. Mr. Speaker, it is very important that we emphasize that contempt proceedings are quasi-criminal. In other words, it is like criminal. Mr. Speaker, when you look at Order 25.3, it says that where a member of
or the clerk to Parliament is convicted by a court of competent jurisdiction, the registrar of the court shall, within 12 hours after the conviction, inform the Speaker of the conviction. Mr. Speaker, do you have any notice from the court? No. Mr. Speaker, do you have any notice from the court? No. Mr. Speaker, it is very important. Mr. Speaker, it is very important that we do not go searching newspapers. We do not go looking at newspapers or listening to news to be finding out which member of Parliament has been convicted. Mr. Speaker, that is not our job. Our job, very respectfully, is to come and represent our constituents in Parliament and serve as legislators. Mr. Speaker, if there is any conviction, same will be served on you. Until that is done, Mr. Speaker, very respectfully, it does appear that what we are being fed in this House by the distinguished, by the venerable Majority Leader, would does appear to be a hearsay. Very respectfully, Mr. Speaker, Parliament does not dabble in ake. Yes, say. Parliament does not dabble in ake. Yes, say. Mr. Speaker, unless there is notice, very respectfully, what has been brought before you, Mr. Speaker, would seem to be ake. Yes, say. Mr. Speaker, Order 25, Rule 5 says that failure of the registrar to inform the Speaker constitutes contempt of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, it may seem that the Majority Leader is bringing to your attention contempt of Parliament by the registrar of the court. If there is any such conviction, is that what the Majority Leader is doing before the court? Venerable Majority Leader, distinguished Majority Leader, is it that you are bringing to the attention of the court contempt of court by the registrar of the court? Or are you now the registrar? Very respectfully, Mr. Speaker, in the circumstance of this, Mr. Speaker, this Parliament cannot trade in ake to disenfranchise or disallow a member of this House from performing his legislative duty. Very respectfully, Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful. And in conclusion, I want to thank again the Venerable Anodompre, the MP for Nsawama Dwejiri, for the encouragement he's giving to the backbenchers. Honorable, we are grateful.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member who just spoke, he cited Order 25 of our standing orders. Mr. Speaker, Order 25, 24 deal with the service of processes. We're not talking about the service of processes. We're not. Mr. Speaker, secondly, Order 25 talks about detention. Subject to Order 24, where a member of, or the clerk to Parliament, where a member, please listen, where a member of, or the clerk to Parliament is restricted, detained, or arrested, the person responsible for the restriction, detention, or arrest shall, within 6 hours of the restriction, detention, or arrest, inform the Speaker of the restriction, detention, or arrest. Has the man been arrested? Has he been restricted? Has he been detained? So how does Order 25 come into play? Mr. Speaker, here we are talking about, Mr. Speaker, here we are talking about a conviction. A conviction. He has been convicted. He has been convicted. Mr. Speaker, I know because he is defending his right to speak here, because he says that even if he has been convicted, if we have not been properly served,
then we should not deny him a right to speak in this chamber. That's what he's saying. He is not denying that he hasn't been convicted. Nobody in this chamber is denying that he hasn't been convicted, because they know he has been convicted. It is public knowledge. It is common knowledge. It's been covered widely by the media. And my argument is that this house must respect a coordinate branch of government. We will not arrest him and hand him over to the judges. We will not arrest him and hand him over to the prisons authorities. But we will not condone him coming here and boldly making statements on the floor of this house as if we don't care about the judiciary and what they are doing. It doesn't speak well of the rule of law. There's somebody who knows very well that he has been convicted by the courts for a conduct that he engages in this house. And we caution him in this house. We say, look, there is a court order restraining you from being sworn in. If you refuse and you allow us to swear you in, you will be held accountable. And he said, yes, he's ready to be held accountable. Now he has been held accountable by the courts, and he wants to come and use this parliament as a shield. Mr. Speaker, it won't happen. This side will not allow that. We will not allow him to make the statement on this floor, because he has been convicted by the courts. At least he should go and file an appeal. He should file an appeal. He should seek to stay the execution of the orders of the court. Then we know that due process is being complied with. Mr. Speaker, I want to indicate clearly that if you insist and admit this statement and you allow him to make the statement, this side of the house will wash our hands off and then we'll walk out and leave you to make your statements. We'll wash our hands off because we don't believe in undermining the judiciary. We don't believe in undermining the rule of law. We will not join you to undermine the rule of law. We will not join you to undermine the judiciary. We will wash our hands off and then we'll leave the chamber.
Mr. Speaker, I was watching proceedings from my office, and I heard you call the member for Akutia to make a statement which you've duly admitted. Upon calling his name, the majority leader and leader of government business rose up, relying on Order 20 and Article 127 of the Constitution. He argued. First leg of his argument, inviting you to uphold the dignity of this house and generally to help in respecting the independence of the judiciary. Let me say that those submissions he made, though are legal submissions, but I find those submissions very rich in the context that he submits same on this House floor. Mr. Speaker, first, the applicant. In October 2024, a matter arose regarding some vacant seats. I, as a leader of government business, feeling dissatisfied, and upon reading the Constitution, felt that the right place and forum was the Supreme Court. Mr. Speaker, the majority leader who was a de facto legal advisor to the then minority front bench, was very much aware of the matters in issue. I first sought an ex parte relief. I first applied to the court, invoked the jurisdiction of the court through an ex parte application, and made all the matters known to the court, and the court ruled in my favor. That order of the court staying the decision of the Speaker, which stay of execution allowed the majority to stay in its place, was forcefully challenged with all the energy from the majority leader of Parliament as a second respondent, and when the court finally made a determination, now he's a majority leader, but then he was not a majority leader. Mr. Speaker, argued on radio. Mr. Speaker, still challenging the courts. And they still occupied our seats, making it virtually impossible for Parliament to sit until after the elections, when they so moto, Mr. Speaker, after the elections, when there was not even any discussion, they got back because they knew they had won, then resumed their seats in the minority side without anybody telling them that go and sit on your own seat. Mr. Speaker, this is the same person who today is talking about law. Mr. Speaker, this is by way of my preliminary observation. Now, let me respond to him on the proper law. Let me now respond to him on the proper law. But as smart as he is, and as I know him to be, when he was landing, he argued some law to create a ventilation for his own argument. And that is that ventilation that I will use to arrest his argument. What was the ventilation? He said, unless the member has filed, he created that ventilation. I am able, as a leader of my side, to provide him with that information. That, Mr. Speaker, if his concerns is about the rule of law, this side would always respect the rule of law. The honorable member has indeed filed an appeal, filed a stay of execution, and for your information, there was a stay of proceedings. There was a stay of proceedings application pending before the very judge. A stay of, yes, and you are a practitioner. A stay of proceedings application pending before the very judge. Mr. Speaker, there was also an application invoking the supervisory jurisdiction of the court, of the Supreme Court, under Article 132 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, the court below, the High Court in Koforidua, had been served, and the registrar of the court indeed had brought that process to the attention and notice of the judge. Mr. Speaker, our side, even where we disagree, will not go insulting judges. The fact that we have been quiet does not mean that we think the judge has been fair to us. And you will not see us calling the judge names. We are not like some people. We are not like some people. When we disagree with a judge, we will use lawful process and lawful means to challenge the orders of the court. Mr. Speaker, we are saying that there is a process pending before the court. There is no finality in the matter in issue. The honorable majority leader who raised the matter knows very well that a conviction, even if the member has been served, the judge himself said he was going to have time.
Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable, hold on. Yes, Honorable Dafian.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to intervene in pursuance of Order 1221A. First of all, it is most inaccurate for the minority leader to submit on this floor that the majority at the time, before the general elections of 7th December, we forcefully refused to respect the court order. It cannot be accurate. The terms of the court order were specific. The court orders were directed at the speaker to perform a certain function. And being the occupier of that seat, we submitted that until that decision was taken by the House. The status quo ante will remain. What was the status quo ante? Our position by occupying the majority side before the court decision. That cannot be erroneous in law. The court itself ordered that the House must take that decision. So for him to submit that we unlawfully, forcefully, and refuse to obey the court order, that cannot be allowed to form part of the records of this House. Tomorrow it can be invoked against us. That's one. Two, Speaker, when you are convicted by a court of competent jurisdiction, you don't file stay of proceedings. They have been convicted. Waters have passed under the bridge. You are convicted. Please, I'm not misquoting you. I heard you clearly.
I was waiting to tell you. I was waiting to respond.
Speaker, I have not yielded the floor to the honorable minority leader. I have not. So you should listen to me in much pain and in silence. I know he'll come back. if you are convicted by a competent court of conviction, what follows is sentencing. And that is what is pending in this matter. You don't file a stay of proceedings, with all due respect. Now, third, Mr. Speaker, I rose, Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Dafiama,
Mr. Speaker.
Listen. You see, he was speaking. I would have given you opportunity to also speak if you had allowed him to finish. I thought you were coming to a point. Coming on point of order, but
Mr.
please,
Speaker,
you've raised the issue. Let me finish.
Mr. Speaker, I am not. Mr. Speaker, I'm not done. I anchored my submission pursuant of Order 12218. I am not done. Mr. Speaker, you give the minority leader sometimes 1 hour to make submissions. I've not even done 5 minutes. So permit me. This house is a house of politics. What is doing is politics. It is not religion. It is not faith. It is not economics. It is politics. What they seek to do is politics. And we cannot allow politics to impede the integrity of the courts. We cannot. Mr. Speaker, this house is mandated in law not to engage in an irregularity, in any unlawful conduct. We cannot participate in it, and we cannot allow the house, properly constituted, to engage in it. It cannot. So Mr. Speaker, this house, the information before this house is that the honorable member for Akwete has been convicted. And he's become a fugitive of justice. He's a fugitive of justice. Mr. Speaker, for what follows conviction is sentencing. What he should be doing is to sending his lawyers to the court, to the High Court, to submitting a plea of allocutus, a plea mitigation, pending sentencing. So, Mr. Speaker, we will not, and with all due deference to my leader, he gave a direction. Yes, by all means, we'll take that, but we will yield the floor. We will not disengage, we will not depart, we will not participate in any proceedings that will allow the honorable member to have locus to make submissions on the floor. It won't happen.
Very well.
Mr. Speaker, so let me conclude by saying that the minority leader, an able lawyer that he is, eloquent that he is, should be advising his colleague to go and respect the court and submit to the powers of, even if you are proceeding to the Supreme Court or whichever court, you need to submit to the jurisdiction of the court first of all. You cannot be doing so as a fugitive of justice. An arrest warrant has been issued, properly issued, for his arrest. That this house cannot gloss over the issuance of an arrest warrant for him and I still permit him to have locus. Mr. Speaker, on this note, we want to urge you that, leader, if I have your permission, let me move that the house be adjourned. The house be adjourned. Let me move that the house be adjourned.
Yes, leader, let me hear you.
Mr. Speaker, let me refer my colleagues to the decision of the Supreme Court on the 18th of October 2024. Mr. Speaker, This is what the Supreme Court said. The Parliament of Ghana is hereby directed to recognize and allow the 4 members of Parliament herein named to duly represent their constituents and conduct full scope of duties of their offices as members of Parliament pending the determination of this suit. Mr. Speaker, in his submission, the Majority Chief Whip said that the court decided that this House should take a decision. The court directed, if people are diluting their law with politics, they should dilute it properly, because these are reputational issues. These are reputational issues. The Supreme Court did not urge upon us to take a decision. It directed. And I submit that they refused to respect the decision of the Supreme Court. That is what they did. And today, I am directly confronting you with that decision you took in October. Mr. Speaker, that aside, in my earlier submissions, my argument was to the effect that prior to the conviction, the court was seized with an application to stay proceedings. I didn't say that the man filed a stay of proceedings. I didn't say the man filed a stay of proceedings pending appeal. I didn't say that. He had a stay. Mr. Speaker, I know some people are at the back there. I am aware they have finished the LLB, and I know they are still attempting to get to the law school. I am a practitioner. Mr. Speaker, I am a courtroom practitioner. I know courtroom practice and courtroom rules. So I'm talking law. And I want my colleagues to listen. I'm saying that Honorable Kumi had filed a stay of proceedings application, which application was pending before the court at the time that the same court was seized with the application committing him for contempt. The court was aware. And I am saying that the court, after its decision, there is a stay of execution and an appeal, notice of appeal. These two processes have been filed. If they don't know, I'm letting them know now. It is most unfair for Mr. Dafio Mekpo to describe a respected colleague as a fugitive. Never again should such a statement come out of the mouth of a colleague. Maybe today you find it convenient, but trust me, come on, await each one of us. You cannot describe your colleague as a fugitive. The man has submitted to the authority of the court. Is the reason why he has filed a notice of appeal and has supported that notice with a stay of execution. There is a stay of execution application, a stay of execution. Meanwhile, Mr. Speaker, let me also inform this House that prior to the High Court coming up with that decision, the High Court was again seized with the application invoking the supervisory jurisdiction of the Supreme Court on its conduct, because the registrar of the court had been served, and the court indeed was on notice, but the court decided to proceed. We don't mind, because we believe that we can still rely on judicial processes. And I did say that our side does not take to the insults. We won't go on the radio to insulting judges when we disagree with them. It's the reason why we have been most decent. We will not go attacking a judge on social media and be using unprintable words on judges just because we disagree with them. No. Mr. Speaker, the invitation to you to restrain the member from making his statement, Mr. Speaker, is most unfair. That invitation sits on stilts. That invitation is not based on any solid foundation in law. And Mr. Speaker, an attempt to be hoodwinked into any valley of confusion would amount to a general confusion in this house, because the majority leader knows that he was only doing politics and not doing law. He knows that what he did was politics and not law. Mr. Speaker, in this house, how can a member of parliament who in the performance of his parliamentary duties has not been served with the court process, Mr. Speaker, let them sit quietly and listen. Let me finish my submission. Mr. Speaker, if they want, then we should. What? Yes. Well, that's all right. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that the NDC side, when they talk, they don't want anybody also to have this opportunity. It was started by you. I am responding to your argument. Why? We cannot respond to you.
Honorable Minority Leader, you let me listen to me. I'll come
Mr. Speaker, he has to finish. He has to listen to me.
I'll come back to you.
He has a point of reply. He must. When Afenyo Maki speaks, many of you will get
Honorable
that.
members.
When Afenyo Maki, many points of order.
Honorable members.
When? Many points of order.
Honorable members.
You cannot tolerate.
If you wouldn't allow me, I will go ahead, suspend the house, and
you will not adjourn the house. Mr. Speaker, they want an adjournment. We would argue the case today. We will argue no adjournment. Mr. Speaker, we will argue. Let us argue the issues with the adjournment. You want an adjournment. You are running away. You brought your application, you are running away.
Honorable
you
members,
brought your application, you are running away.
The time is 5 to 4 o'clock. You are in my hands. The house is accordingly adjourned.
Read your statement to the end.
You cannot read your statement. You cannot read your statement. You cannot read your statement. Member for Akotia, go ahead and read your statement.
Go
ahead and read your statement. Go ahead and read your statement.
Honorable Member for Akotia, go ahead and